most recently in our adventure, you all gathered your composure after attacking the Eldrin scouts outside Kaer Methrandine, and then you prepared yourselves for an approach toward the capital cathedral space, one of the least ruined buildings of Kaer Methrandine's vicinity. You approach the main steps and entrance to that cathedral under false pretenses that you had successfully returned with the unconscious body of Aeolas, and they allowed you in, proceeded to walk you to Morrigan. And although she seemed saddened at first, she immediately turned to hostile, terrifying laughter at seeing him brought to her, and her animosity took over, and she ordered all of her attendants to attack you, never intending to honor her end of that deal. And then after the harrowing brawl in the Great Hall, you all emerged victorious, only slaying Morrigan, well, and that was by Aeolas, and one other Autumn Eladrin, but all of the other Eladrin in the space were non-lethally subdued. And that is where we pick back up. And something is going on with Spotify. It keeps dipping in and out. But that is where we pick up. As Aeolas now holds the slain, limp Eladrin body of Morrigan, his sister, in his clawed hand, and has just loosed a bone-chilling roar throughout the space. A dead Autumn Eladrin lies just a few feet away from his feet. Its remains still smoking a little bit from its charredness. And almost all of the other Eladrin loyal to Morrigan lay amongst you all, either non-lethally knocked unconscious, though one is still conscious and paralyzed and stunned. But two, notably Zeneros and Minwyrn, closest to the entrance, remain conscious, and they share a glance between each other in fear and confusion. And I would like to offer that one of you can make an intimidation check with advantage because of Aeolas's help toward these individuals to see if they will buckle and acquiesce his request to lay down your arms, or if they will try and bail.
I feel like you should do it. You're scarier than I am.
I'll take that on. But where I'm at, so I'm going to. I guess I'm still fast because I have my enchantment on. So I'll dash over and I'm just get over here, whatever. And I will yell at them. Do as he says. We've proven that we aren't here to hurt you.
Go ahead and
He'll
roll
kill you.
intimidation with advantage.
A nat 1.
Solid start.
And then a nat 2. So
solid.
5.
With
no,
it
wait,
functionally
2 + 4 is 6. 2 + 4 is 6.
With it functionally becoming their turn, they both are going to take the dash action, sprint away, and that will easily get them out the door. They will turn a corner, and you will, in this moment, lose sight of them. As seeing that happen, Aeolas just sneers and then looks at all of you, kind of nods his nose toward the others in the space for you to see to all of them, especially that one in the middle who's not technically unconscious in this moment. But as you all possibly begin to move in the aftermath of this brawl, Aeolas's form begins to shift and dwindle in size as he once more returns to his Eladrin form. And he drops to his knees, lays the body of his sister onto the table, and begins to weep. What are you all doing in this moment, in this aftermath?
gonna tie up that one elf that's still alive.
Okay. With them being stunned, you're able to do so. No check required. You're able to bind their hands and feet. Is there any way you're covering their eyes so as to not allow them to misty step away? Should they be able to?
Yeah, I'll just tie something like a bent, like just a scrap of like fabric around the eyes.
Okay.
And I'll just like have him. I'll just like put him down in this chair and be like, "Don't be stupid, and just stay still, and you won't die."
His eyes are like looking off in the distance, not even regarding you. Hopefully your audio is getting into his ears, but he is still stunned for another several moments. But slowly, any of your effects that had been conjured for a minute duration, your boots, your spiritual weapons, all begin to fade, and you are left to move around this chamber. What is everyone doing?
So when the battle ended, Jiri was on top of Kinsalo in bird form.
Yes, and Kinsalo does end to the ground, and he shifts back into his normal form as well.
I imagine we do like kind of like a loop around the room before he like kind of glides in and lands.
Sure.
And you see when Eolas ripped the throat out of his sister, black mist kind of like exited her body and like flowed up to Jiri and like knit together some of his wounds. And when we fly down, I'm gonna like pull Kinsala towards like Toby, and I'm gonna dismount and I'm gonna jump down next to Toby, and I'm gonna be like, Toby, did you see that? That werebear ripped that lady's throat out. That was terrifying. I decided I no longer want to be a werebear. That's too scary. What if I rip somebody's throat out, like Talpyrion's throat? That'd be awful.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, first thing I'm available, I can help you out with that.
Okay, go ahead. Do it now. I'm ready.
Okay, and I'll place a hint on Jiri and cast Cure Wounds, because I don't have a 3rd level spell slot right now for a Remove Curse. But I'm speaking in Celestial when I'm casting, so you get 12 healing.
Does Jiri know that he didn't cast?
Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Oh god. Oh wait, I want to roll this in person. -1. 18.
I think 18 is high enough that you're like, that's what you always cast on people.
Ah, shit. That might not have worked. I'm out of spells for the day, Jiri. I'm gonna have to give it another shot tomorrow.
Oh, but what if I change my mind tomorrow?
I mean, that's the beautiful thing about free will. You can change your mind.
No, he can't. This is the right path, Jiri.
I don't know. Now I'm second guessing it. That was horrifying. You're right, Talpyrion. You're right. You gotta keep in mind that werepuller was. I don't know. I don't want to be ripping people's throats out.
Yeah, there's not as much elegance to how I see you fighting, Jiri.
Wolves are much smoother.
True. Yeah. Where are you?
Oh, also,
Jiri is still in Aeolas's guise right now that he took on upon your approach. And we can change that whenever Jiri chooses to change that.
I guess I'll switch back to Jiri mode. The fog, the mist, that like the illusion kind of just like shimmers up him and like re-enters into his mouth. And then one other thing I'll do, Shadow Moby, a little shimmer in the air, is very interested in the dead body that got zapped by Jiri during the battle. And it's kind of like wander over towards it and like begin like or just get like, it looks like it's like almost on top of the body and like getting into where it's like bleeding potentially.
You see this shimmer, barely visible most of the time, of Shadow Moby kind of hovering near that body, and slowly you see like a pulse of energy or something over in that direction, especially Talpyrion if you're over in that vicinity right now. But slowly little flecks of drops of blood and almost like the mist of that Eldrin's blood begins to slowly lift out, and like it's almost like it's being siphoned into Shadow Moby, and Shadow Moby starts to become more and more visible as he takes on more of the remains of this Eldrin. And Jiri, I imagine, are you conjuring
Yes, indeed.
a specter? Very difficult to see in this light right now, but I'll tint it red, dark red, just for a little ease. That really didn't give it that much of a tint. But a specter of Shadow Moby has appeared and taken on a more physical appearance than normal.
Looking good, Shadow Moby.
Can I look at Aeolus? Is he noticing this, or is he busy with weeping?
You can see and hear just little ice crystals dropping and like just impacting the wooden table has set his sister on. He is not paying much attention to you all right now.
So I'm like looking at this thing, and it's right in front of me, and it's just like this like, is it a silhouette?
At this point, it is essentially, and Jiri, feel free to jump in here and give additional description, but it's essentially like a mostly dark blood mist creature, like effectively like kind of like a spirit in the mist, if you will, but just hovering there before you.
Yeah, it's definitely more visible than the actual Shadow Moby. It's not like basically invisible. It's black, it's dark, and it looks like a cloud, but it takes on like a very like anthropomorphic humanoid form. It has legs and arms and like a tail, almost like a shadow that like stretches across the ground and leads towards back to Jiri.
Yeah, you see these two things are like tethered to each other by that shadow.
I'm gonna tell it, get back to Jiri. I don't want Aeolus to see you over here. You can like nudge him to go towards you.
Yeah, and it'll listen to Telperion, and it'll shift back over and kind of just hang out behind Jiri, like in his shadow.
Very cool. I need to call it. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I have this set up right so that you get control of it. Save changes. Okay. It should be now controllable by you, Jiri, whenever you want to manipulate and move it.
Nice. And I'm it's gonna float on over back.
Perfect.
And hang out with Jiri.
Cool. But slowly, after a minute or two, Aeolus will slowly get back up, steady himself, and call out to you all. Thank you, friends. I appreciate your restraint in keeping most of my kin alive. My sister could not be permitted to continue her life. Her will is strong, and her bitterness at my kind would have never stopped shrouding the minds of my fellow Eldrin here. I must gather some things and lay her to rest appropriately. And then we need to get the Eldrin locked into a few cells down below these chambers. I will deal with them later. It became clear to me in my approach of this place that likely anything of value left in our forsaken home was likely gathered in this location. I suspect they had little to do in Kaer Methendeen other than jealously guard what little is left. It is in much worse shape than I could have guessed. You all are welcome to search the grounds while I tend to my sister's arrangements, and that of the other Eldrin as well. If you find treasures that compel you to take them, I will not argue it. However, there are likely to be treasures of cultural significance, maybe idols, frescoes, tapestries, honored clothing. I would very much like to retain all that you would leave me, so I might restore some of it and carry some representation of our culture into the future. But otherwise, you all are welcome to peruse the building and see to the vicinities whereabouts.
Do you suspect they would have any captive creatures held? They were so intent on recovering anything they thought you might have stolen. I don't imagine she was being all that generous or amicable with creatures they captured.
Based on the condition of the surrounding ruins, I doubt there is anywhere large enough to hold and foster care of large beasts, but perhaps there could be some. Most notably, I believe you all were interacting with our previous troop of Yorick's scouting party when they were supposed to be returning with a baby Zaratan, a legendary creature here in the Feywilds, and just a babe. I can tell you this region would have nowhere they could have kept that in captivity. They likely were simply jealously stealing it back from the Selenixians. But if you will allow me time to grieve and set my sister to rest, I will, of course, do what I can to recall the ritual that should open the runes just over there and allow you access to the roots of Galathor. It will require me to trance, likely for a full duration, to reach those depths of my memory and recall with accuracy the rites of that ritual. And with that, he will start making his way out of this place, carrying his sister in his arms as he walks out of the building towards the entrance you all came through. And you all are left to your own devices in this place.
Before we start looting, I'm going to try to give this one some respects and just lay her out on the bench here. And I'll do what I did before with Cyril's friend, started with an A. And I'll cut one of my hairs and tie it around her middle finger on her left hand. I think that's what I said. And then I will also take my sliver and slice some hair off her head.
Very well.
Pocket that.
You are welcome to do so. What is everyone else thinking about doing in this moment?
Do we want to try and find cells, or do we want to just try and bind the remaining Eladrin here?
I feel like Jerry's jumping up and down right now, yelling "hoot."
Are we concerned at all about the ones that ran away?
Maybe.
I guess maybe we should have asked Aeolas how many Eladrin we think there are left.
I just haven't heard from Merlette in a while, so I was curious what she thought.
I mean, he said that there were a dozen total, and we took out 6 and 6. So, he mentioned that whoever Morgan would have as a retainer would be here. So, I think the only ones of threat we have to worry about are those 2 that we scared off. So, I don't expect them to come rushing back in here as an ambush. But it's a good
in that
good
case,
idea.
I almost feel like we should keep the ones we bind here. If we go place them elsewhere, those 2 could go rescue them, and they could cause problems for us while we're trying to let Aeolas trance.
These ones could wake up though, so we could just.
Which we
check
should,
those.
I think we should bind them and keep them in here.
I wonder
We
what.
can keep an eye on them.
Do we look first to see what the cells even are? Just explore the premises.
When ALS mentioned the cells, did he reference or gesture in any direction?
There is of note, if you can kind of look off in the distance, there's a set of stairs that leads downward
Oh.
off below the throne, that he probably would have indicated with his face.
Let's search the bodies for anything useful that they could use against us first, and then maybe drag them down there.
We definitely need to get them hands bound and faces bound so they can't.
Teleport.
Yeah.
Oh, and we should go look for that garden. Bro, weren't you looking for like cool flowers?
Yeah, if we could look maybe at some rare plants or flowers or pine cones or anything like that. I would
Ooh,
like to
pine
check
cones.
that out.
where there's flowers, there are bees. And where there's bees, there's honey. So we should get some Fey honey too. Would be
Yeah,
very
okay.
useful when we go back to Jawland. Trust me.
I say, yeah, that sounds useful. As I hold up like a scimitar of one of the summer eldrin. Honey, sure.
Perfect. Well, go ahead, and if Telperion, you're making an investigation check for the kind of the what's the word, more practical weapon-based loot from the individuals here. Go ahead and roll investigation. And then Rome, are you and Jiri looking around the nearby vicinity for more natural goods, beautiful flowers, etc., honey?
Yeah.
I'll want to go with them. Would anyone want to help me deal with this first, and then we could go explore together?
Okay,
Yeah.
one thing at a time. Let's stay together. We don't want to get split up and ambushed by elves.
Roulette, Toby, what do you want to do?
I can help you guys out with, looking around. I'm not as great at getting down into the details, but I can help you guys out. And keep an eye out for those two if they try anything funny.
I'm fixing Alfie / I'm planning on walking around this room. If it is as true to the picture as it is, I'd like to start rifling through as many papers as possible.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an investigation check as well.
I specifically, the whole like just beginning of this thing was that the Summer Eldrin wanted to start collecting like different Fey creatures, right? Like that was like what we were sent to do, and that's what they're protecting. I want to I'm looking for anything on like Fey lineages.
And I'm going to be...
Interesting.
Or like Fey creatures, or I don't really know. I'm not like names of animals, but like I don't know, Fey lineages.
Sure.
after a very specific thing that happened a couple of days ago.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check on your part as well.
It was helping you, so that's what.
And I think with these three going around, I probably
That's real.
don't get guidance off, and Roulette doesn't need guidance. So, but I am trying to throw guidance around to people searching while I'm keeping an eye out on the general vicinity.
Okay. Go ahead and give me perception, Toby. Okay. Let's see who to handle here first. We've got, in Roulette, I assume that Steel Defender stuff was some mending
That was-
action on
yeah.
Alfie.
Yep.
Cool. All right, Telperion. Off the people being looted first.
Crit, I rolled a 19, but if Jiri was helping, giving me the help action, then I rolled a 26.
Yeah, Jiri. If Telperion and Jiri are like going through the bodies, I imagine it's like, like Jiri, go grab that from this body, and like Jiri's like trying to like yank off like
Jiri,
a
the
sword
left-
or
the
like a
left
belt,
boot.
Like, yeah.
26 is very good. So, number one, you all get across all the bodies. There are 4 short bows, 4 falchions, 4 long bows, including Morrigan's longbow, 3 long knives, a silvered rapier, which was Morrigan's, and 7 sets of fine Eladrin clothing. These all have various gold value worths as well, but you don't necessarily know those quite yet. As well as Telperion, I need you to roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need you to roll 7d4.
Should I just do that on Roll20? Or do you need
Sure.
it?
That's a good roll. There are 16 assorted gemstones across all of them in different coin purses and stuff. Of note, the Eladrin do not have much gold coin on them. They seem to prioritize things of beauty over just simple coin, something that is emphasized and enforced by the Eladrin you fought a couple hours ago. Each of those are rather small. There's small rubies, diamonds, sapphires, emeralds, topaz, etc. They're rather small, so less valuable than many things you guys have encountered before, but they still have a gold value for each of them. Someone might just need to take a look and evaluate their gold. As well as with that high of a roll, Jiri, I'm going to pretend force a little agency on you. I'm imagining once you had finished the task that Telperion gave you, you started stumbling around, kind of aimlessly wandering, and you made your way up to the throne area, and you noticed that just under the throne's legs is a small jewelry box that looks beautiful, delicately carved from ivory and intricately gilded with beautiful metals. Looks pretty valuable itself, but there's a nice heft to it as well.
Sure, Jerry, I'll get the rest of these on my own.
Is it too, like, how heavy is it? Like, can he like pick it up over his head, or is
it's like probably 20-ish pounds. So like Jiri can lift it, but it's got some real weight to it.
He like hoists it up over his head and he says, "Dibs."
I push him back with telekinesis.
Is it locked? Can I like open it up?
It is locked.
All right, I'm gonna bring it over to Roulette then. Roulette, open up this cool box. I'll split it with you.
Oh, what do you I take the box and I just give it a quick shake to make sure it's like
there's a lot of jingle in there.
Jiri, how about we this is definitely worth opening, but how about we wait until tomorrow, or wait until a little bit later?
Oh my God! You hear in your head, Jiri, she's trying to get some out of it. Get them gold from you. You should have her open it now.
But aren't you curious, Roulette? Don't you want to look and see?
I hand him my lockpicking tools, and Jiri, go ahead, take a shot. I'm just I'm working on Alfie, and I'm digging around just see if there's anything helpful here.
All right.
Also, Telperion, I just sorry to cut you off. Telperion, go ahead and give me a roll of 4d20.
Okay.
And then a 1d10 as well, just as your search concludes.
Jiri, just be careful with that. I'd like to wait till later, just because I can't tell if this thing's gonna blow up in your face at this moment. So maybe I don't know. If you want to give it a go, feel free to try it. But I'd rather wait to be safe. Or you could just kind of throw it up off that pedestal up there and just see if it breaks.
Interesting idea. No, you're right. I don't want it to be booby trapped and for it to blow my hands off. Maybe we should have Telperion open it later.
You do need your hands for most of what you do.
Exactly.
I'll throw it in the bag. and we can open that later.
Okay. Well, Telperion, you are able to find 36 good quality arrows left over throughout all of their quivers that are still available to be shot. Some had been splintered, and but that's the quantity left, as well as 5 in Morgan's quiver that seem to be kind of coated with like a permanently non-melting frost along their shaft, as well as jagged icicles on the arrow tip. 5 ice arrows, which you can actually add to your inventory in D&D Beyond.
Thank you.
But is there anything anyone else wants to do over the next hour or so?
Just fully make sure that all the Eldrin are securely tied up with cloth over their eyes.
Yeah, you are easily able to do so. Many of them have not. None of them have woken from consciousness just yet. Some of them might start kind of moving and recovering from their knocked out state over the course of an hour, but all of them are adequately tied and bound, so they can't get
Let's go
away.
look for that flower. The pine cone.
Yeah, Rome. Do you want to lead the way to the gardens?
Yeah, can I get a sense as to where the gardens may be?
Go ahead and give me a general perception check.
Can I give her a D4 on that? As
You're
we're
welcome to.
embarking on a new.
14.
With a 14, you all have to step out of this cathedral great hall space to kind of look around at the surrounding ruins, and the words of Aeolas previously kind of ring in your mind, the thought that he was surprised how poorly these ruins were kept up. It was worse here than he might have guessed. You don't see easily available any gardens, or you see some places where like a ruined fountain might have been surrounded by nice gardening at some point, but that has all started dilapidating and has overgrown itself. Nothing clearly well maintained of value within your vicinity right now.
Okay. Do we know where perhaps his sister's chambers were, like her private room? Could we maybe search for that instead?
Yeah, you guys are welcome to start venturing through the interior of this space. And I'm going to have everyone give me a general investigation check just to see how thoroughly who kind of does better than who else. Jesus, roulette.
Thank Christ.
Yeah. Oh, Toby.
You guys are able to make your way. One of the only main entrances or offshoots of this great hall seems to be this staircase leading downward below the throne room. And as you guys head down there do seem to be various rooms on the main floor, and then 2 other staircases that descend down where torchlight is lit and flickering on the walls. That perhaps is where the dungeons or cells are lower down. But within the general vicinity of the Eldrin's quarters, there are, treasures of opulence there. There's fine blankets and pillows and nicely made wardrobes, and you can see what you guess is Morgan's chamber. All of these are fairly well decorated and opulent, have various idols and statues and tapestries on the walls. Let's see who I'm going to give. Toby Rama, you can flavor for us what your nat 1 might be, but then I'll start moving up the list. Rome and Telperion are probably just like taking everything in, looking for aspects of Fae culture that they might understand or acknowledge, but not specifically your eyes diverting toward actual treasures. Let me get to this section. Jiri, you're able to identify quite a few fine rugs and tapestries, either on the ground or hung up on the walls, that you think might be of particular value. There are ornamental bowls, gilded pillows, and fur blankets from beasts. There's plenty to potentially loot here. Whatever you guys want outside of Aeolas's request, that he could hang on to whatever you guys didn't want to take. Roulette. You find in Morrigan's room, you find a gilded butterfly brooch that is delicately painted with like liquid platinum on it. Doesn't seem to immediately indicate its value, but you suspect that is worth quite a pretty penny. You also find several relics and statues of what you think, based on stories Telperion might have told, very highly regarded elder fae, archfae of these lands. And inside of a beautiful deep mahogany wardrobe, there are some additional fine clothing, but of note, a gorgeous, beautiful, finely gilded and intricately ornamented multicolored coat that displays incredible, mostly spring, flowery, new lifestyle imagery. And you suspect that is worth an incredible amount of money, as well as a folded up or rolled up canvas, maybe 6 feet in length as it's rolled up, leaning up against the interior of that. Like it has been hidden and it looks rather dusty, like it hasn't seen use or hasn't been pulled out to be gazed upon in some time, but just the quality of the canvas leads you to believe that it's probably very valuable as well.
I am going to pocket in my personal pocket the gilded butterfly brooch, the coat, or I guess as I'm like rifling through that mahogany thing without detect magic. Am I getting any sort of like magical, like obvious magical essence off of anything in there?
You don't seem to, except for uniquely, there's a pair of footprints on the bottom of this wardrobe where the mahogany, although it in general has been kept up very well, 2 spots in the perfect shape of footprints or boots seem to be in pristine condition. And the way it looks to you doesn't seem to indicate that it's just boots are placed there repeatedly and the rest has like weathered. It's like weirdly pristinely perfect in those spots, almost like boots that had been placed there retained some version of magical value, and their magic was almost like further preserving those spot of wood over time as it was repeatedly used. Magic boots might have been here once upon a time, but they're not currently in the wardrobe. Nothing else seems to flag your mind for obviously arcane enchantment.
Gotcha. I'll throw the coat in the big old bag of holding, and I'll have Alfie help me carry this 6 foot tall. So I know it's not
6 foot long, but it's rolled up in a way that you think its length is much longer. You think this might be a tapestry that might have been hung somewhere once, and is very wide and 6 foot tall.
I will take note of that, and I will leave it there, close the mahogany thing, and I will make a note to myself and everyone else that we should tell Aeolas about this, because it seems like it's some sort of unique piece of history that he might be very interested in seeing.
Very well. But that is essentially what you mostly are able to acquire from the surrounding area. There's tomes and books and pillows and furs. You guys, if you're interested in grabbing specifics, let me know, because you might be able to walk away with some good value there. But if you're interested in leaving much of it for Aeolas to keep, restore, etc., he'll do that with whatever is left.
So you mentioned the rug. So Jiri will start just rolling up a rug, and he'll like shout to everybody and be like, "Guys, I know a lot about rugs, and these rugs would fetch a nice penny in Jalen, which means they must be very valuable and must be worth a lot in the material plane. So let's start rolling them up." And they'll start like,
I'll
like
give Jerry a hand.
all in on a rug.
I want to be standing on the rug you're trying to roll, and I just won't move for a minute, and I'll get out of the way.
Jiri, are these? Never mind. I walk away.
I'll get one and be like, "That's enough for me."
We'll let
And
me
just
use
have,
the
like,
bag to store it in.
I'm gonna
Alright.
whatever one Jiri finds out like the most appealing or the nicest, he's just gonna roll up that one and like start carrying it around.
Perfect.
Are there any interesting books of note, like any interesting titles of books around?
I will answer that question in 1 second. It looks like MK's got an inquiry there as well.
I was just gonna come back to, I think on my nat 1, I think that was me as I'm casting comprehend languages with my staff, so I might help Rome peruse bookcases.
Okay. That's very cool. Yeah, Rome, go ahead and give me one more investigation. Well, actually, I'm still going to say, because you still both rolled, you do find old Elvish texts, and now you're able, Toby's helping you because he can now read Elvish and know what to look for. You can find a few books and gilded tomes and stuff that are very likely very valuable. But it might take you a while to start actually perusing the contents. Not many of them are labeled with a title in the classic sense in our world. Many of them are just leather-bound tomes with who knows what inside, unless you peruse further.
I'm gonna kind of tuck them into my roots.
Okay.
Store them for later.
Perfect. We'll say you have 3 Elvish tomes, or Eladrin tomes.
Christopher,
Yes.
can we, as I am either rooting through Morrigan's stuff or back up top, going through all of the, not the bookcase, the bookshelf stuff, the loose papers, my first investigation check?
That's right. I don't think I ever got around to those. You very clearly identify that most of the paper here has faded through time. The text is virtually illegible. Sometimes you can catch the sign of like pen strokes and stuff, and even the etching, the depressions in the paper where text once was before the parchment has just started to fade. You do catch, with your specific request, trying to look into what these Eladrin were interested in keeping, etc. There is the bottom section of one of the papers actually does grab your attention and is more legible than the rest, because you note the word Selenixians, and then you very close to that, like what would be a sentence or two lower position wise, says, looking into the disappearance of Sarzarinth, the Rot Prince.
I coughed. What was that? Selenixians looking into who?
I will type it in here. Looking into the disappearance of Sarzarinth, the Rot Prince.
How many animal hybrids do you need?
Perhaps it was fungal related. This Rot Prince.
Yeah, the name doesn't strike any of you. If Roulette is divulging that information, it doesn't strike you or anyone as particularly like notable. That name doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, I definitely, Rome, you definitely would have been like one of the first. Well, you and Toby as the other as the other nerds looking through the books. I definitely would have come over to you guys first and specifically asked Rome if that name rung any sort of ancient bell within the back of her mind. But I will.
Yeah, actually, I will say with Rome specifically, go ahead and give me a history check.
Let's see that nat 20.
Come on.
Are those lights in your wall? In her mirror?
I'm not very
Nothing's
good with
quite-
intelligence.
Yes. That's
Yeah, and the last time you were awake was who knows how long ago, and your memories are fractured. It's not quite coming to you. It doesn't even feel like something you might have known once. Not sure.
Well, then I'll just say off the cuff that rot is just similar to fungus. Maybe it has something to do with fungus.
Perhaps. But we'll say all of this searching and reading through papers, ruffling through their rooms, when you guys eventually make it back out to this great hall space, Aeolas will have returned. And he actually will be bending down to reach one of the Eladrin.
Wait,
And he has a sack over his shoulder. But yes, what is else?
when they were looking at the books, I was waiting for them to finish. I wanted to, while he was doing the carpet and we were up in the bedrooms and stuff, I want to specifically look for just a necklace. Just a cool Eladrin Elvish necklace.
Okay.
Female,
Give me
like
one
something
more.
I want to. I'm
Yeah,
looking
I'm gonna
for something I
say-
can give my sister.
Interesting. I don't feel too guilty about this for reasons, but I am going to say your 11 check does still apply to this investigative search you guys are conducting. Seemingly, whatever was of value, jewelry-wise, seemed to have been on the Eladrin. There are no additional stores of, there's no, jewelry stations or makeup mirror desks where someone might have like a makeup situation in their rooms. However, of note, you do recall Jiri having found a jewelry box, so perhaps that might hold something of value.
Okay, so given that I didn't find much, as I'm leaving, I just want to you mentioned there's tapestries. The statues you said were of Fae, Elder Fae. Are the tapestries telling a specific story that that comes to mind?
That is a good question. Just looking at two of them, these tapestries are fairly faded and less well preserved, but you can still make out the form of what you imagine is someone's representation of Titania, with an outstretched hand and flourishing nature just kind of being issued from her, as well as a beautiful elf riding on a steed at her decree, which you imagine might be her husband Oberon, as well as another tapestry representing what are very likely three great fairies of the Feywild.
Cool.
One thing I want to do before we get to Eolas is I need to go up to Roulette, and Jiri's gonna say, "Hey, Roulette, can I borrow a piece of paper and a pen real quick?"
Of course. Do you want to keep it in the notebook, or do you just need to write it on something?
No, I want to ask Eolas for a favor, and I need a pen and paper for it.
I will grab a piece of paper from a nearby desk that is blank, and I will hand Jiri a pencil and something to write on.
Thank you, Roulette. And
Of course.
Delpiran, get my back. I got a question for Eolas, so just back me up on this, okay?
Okay, sure. Are we writing something?
No, we're gonna get him to write something.
Okay, sure. I got you. You can always rely on me.
Okay, perfect.
And you guys are welcome to make your way back out to the Great Hall. You'll see Aeolas lifting up one of the Autumn Eladrin and intending to bring them down below. But as he sees you guys coming, he'll actually set them back down very carefully, cradling their unconscious head. Says, "Were you able to find treasures that suited your interests?"
Not really.
Well, I would like to, in my thanks for your restraint and your eagerness to show my people kindness, there are two possessions that Morgan had on her that I think might be of beneficial circumstance. And he takes a satchel off his shoulder that was slung over one arm, and he opens it up and first pulls out a pair of beautiful blue boots that have a mixture of silver and green intertwining leaf pattern scrawling up them, and will present them out to anyone who wants to take them. These are boots that had been worn by my sister, and would allow her footsteps to be silent, as well as aiding her ability to blend into her surroundings in the forest. Quite common across elven kind, but seemingly the only instance of them in this place.
I look at Rome and see she's rushing up to get him. And then I nudge her with my both telekinesis and telepathy, like, go get him.
Okay, I'm gonna take them.
Jiri will initially like go to grab them, but realize that they're less cool than Telperion and be like,
I look at mine and think those are so much more in line with my everything, but I'm gonna keep these for now.
You can take Telperion and switch with
please,
me.
nature spirits, put them to good use. I did also have a suspicion that the other of what she had on her would be beneficial to you as well. And he pulls out a like a long-stemmed rose, but it's been entirely frozen, and it's got a sharp icicle protruding out the top, but it has this frost is like permafrost. It's not melting and has been now apart from her form for some time, and the leather wrapped handle is intricately gilded with ornate thin platinum filigree. There's flakes of gold, flakes and dust sprinkled around this beautiful blue rose that's encased in ice. And inside the rose's bud, right at the base of a protruding icicle, is a beautiful diamond. This was my sister's arcane focus. It may not be exactly what you had in mind, but I think it is certainly adequately gilded for your purposes, should you wish to put it to use. And if you would like to take it, you can add the Wand of the Frost Rose to your inventory.
Holy shit.
I feel like the three other people here have to hold Jiri back from going to get this one too.
I'm like deeply flattered. Thank you, Aeolas, for this beautiful gift. And I take the rose and like tuck it into my maybe like a braid in my hair. And I don't like really have feet because I'm still like rooted to the ground. So I'm gonna like pick up a leg and like, detach it from the ground to like kind of form a foot and like slip these slippers or boots on.
Perfect.
And kind of like shake out the vines that are connecting my feet to the ground.
Perfect.
I love that.
That is incredible. And just as a bit of reference, and you can, when you add the Wand of the Frost Robe to your inventory, you can see the picture it displays as well. Just as a note, the rose is like permanently encased in ice along the length of this wand. So you're welcome to do that thing in your hair. It's almost going to be like a spike, through parts of your hair that'll kind of hold it in place almost. So very cool.
And what are the boots called?
Boots of Elven Kind. You can
boots,
also add
okay.
to your inventory.
Thank you. Oh, I'm like outfitted.
Well, again, I thank you all for your kindness in this battle. I will need to further grieve my sister, but let us bring the Eldrin down below, place them in cells. For now, the wraps around their eyes will have to do to restrain them from using their teleportations. But I should have a solution for that as well in the near future when my scouts get here in the next couple days. I intend to make this a new base of operations for our kind, to see to the surrounding vicinity of the forest and make sure the wildlife is flourishing, perhaps undo some of the perversions of the mythal magics that usually should surround this place. But first, as thanks for your efforts, I will need to set up a trance. Searching my mind, I do want to warn you all of something. I suspect my sister never intended to allow you access through to Galathor, and therefore would not have warned you of the final trial now standing in your way of your return home. As you approach the branches of Galathor, once I open the portal, you will surely come upon the Guardian of Galathor. I do not recall at this time much of its purpose and history, but in our teachings as Care Eladrin, we are taught that it is not a malevolent beast, but merely bound to service from its creator's contract many thousands of years ago, perhaps. It will attempt to prevent your travel between planes unless you earn its respect and gain passage, overcoming it enough to belay its form. So effectively, my suggestion is, as I trance, I recommend you all rest during that duration as well. Restore your capabilities, tend to your wounds, for it may be one final threat of danger before you return home.
Mr. Iorlas, I've got one final request before you start your trance.
Yes, Master Jiri.
And I'm gonna present him the paper and the pen, and I'm gonna be like,
Mr. Iorlas, I learned a lot about your kind here in the Feywild. Before I came here, I thought all wolves were evil, and now I realize that some of them are good, like yourself. I was wondering if you could write me a letter of introduction when we get back to the material plane. I want to learn more about your were-creature kind. So maybe you could write me a letter so that I could go meet some, and they'll know that I'm a cool guy if you sign off on it.
I will see what I can do. I'm not sure how much weight my name carries in your home plane. But perhaps with our winged ally over here, he can speak to the transparency and truth of my words. I will write you something.
Thank you, Iorlas. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh.
I forgot the proper noun there.
Yeah, Galathor is the kind of
you.
official elven name for the L tree.
Thank you.
So I assume at that time we help him take the elves down.
Yeah, we'll say over the next 10 minutes or so, you guys are able to easily carry the Eladrin down. There are rudimentary cells, although they're probably more like dungeon rooms where clerics that used to take notes and stuff might have stored things down there once upon a time, but they're very barren rooms that do have locks on them, wooden doors with small windows with iron bars on them, so they will satisfactorily work for his purposes, at least in the near future.
As we drop off the elves, can I try to grab some hair from one of the summer elves as well, Eladrin?
You are welcome to cut some hair free.
and wait, hold on. Did Eolas give me back the letter?
He has not written it yet.
Oh, okay.
But you guys are able to shuffle those individuals down, see that they're adequately bound and rid of any threat. And then as you all return up, Jiri, I will see to your letter momentarily. Might I ask, was there anything of particular note you were able to find in their chambers that I would just like perhaps knowledge of what you mean to take with you versus what I am left with to restore?
Oh.
Apart from
Go ahead, Roulette. You tell him. Roulette's more of the inventory person than I am.
I feel like Jerry has the carpet rolled up behind him, and he's like trying to like hide it behind his body.
Or no, he's like holding it like this, like giving him like in his like elbows.
I mean, apart from everything that's on display, that's a bit, it seems meaningful even from someone who doesn't really know kind of what's going on here. So all that stuff is left. There was one thing tucked away in Morgan's closet. It was some sort of 6 foot tall parchment or scroll or something. I couldn't tell if it was like a long tapestry or something. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't know if it was delicate and might crumble under my fingers. But so I left that there. I'm not sure what it is. Also found this fairly beautiful coat. Not quite sure. I'm not getting any sort of magical essence off of it, and if it's okay with you, I wouldn't mind taking it.
As you pull the coat forward, he kind of puts his head into his hands and almost stifles an emotional response to seeing it. I would very much wish for you to have that. It is a symbol of when Morrigan was different. That is a coat she once often wore when she took on the aspects of spring, was more cheerful and hopeful before I left our family. I do not think I could see that every day without spiraling, so to speak. If it will bring you joy and you all can make use of it, please consider that a gift. What of this tapestry might I lend an eye?
Sure, and I'll trot down and lead him to the big old mahogany closet where I found it.
I'm following along because I'm obsessed.
He will take the tapestry and kind of spread it out on a table, and you see that it is in fact 6 feet tall, but 8 feet wide. It's a widened, long tapestry meant to be hung on a wall. And it seems to indicate more beautiful and more well-preserved elvish iconography, storytelling. Of note, there seem to be 3 kind of represented as like godlike figures toward the top. 3 individuals kind of co-cradling a son. Telperion would quickly reference, and Aeolas as well, that the figure on the left in their androgynous, not quite man, not quite woman beauty is very clearly Corellin Lorethian, preserver of the firstborn, one of the prime deities of the Selburn pantheon. On the right seems to be, because they are holding hands with Corellin, seem to be his once consort, Angarad, the pairing of Corellin once upon a time, though in their form you can see 3 individuals represented within their body, clearly indicating the fact that Angarad once separated herself into 3 entities. And then there's one more feminine figure back behind the light, cradling it in her hands as well. And Aeolas will actually remain a little puzzled looking at that figure. I cannot say I know this individual. That I don't recognize this tapestry, nor do I have a guess of what third deity might be represented behind the light. Nothing I've seen before. I don't recognize any of the iconography or symbolism there. But as you can see, at the bottom of the tapestry, almost growing out of grass that it surrounds the entire bottom half of the tapestry, are just thousands of elves. Thousands is perhaps too strong of a word, but hundreds easily, all hand painted onto this tapestry beautifully. Noticeably, some are holding motes of energy in their hand. And above them are 4 figures that both Angarad and Corellin are reaching down toward with their other hand. And there seem to be kind of elemental makeup on those figures. Like a fire imagery on one elf, wind on another, earth on another, and water on another. 4 elemental, shall we say, elves. And then the hundreds of elven kind below on the tapestry. This tapestry seems far and above more well preserved than the others, and the intricacy of these paintings gotta be worth an unbelievable amount of money.
Aeolas, I hope we'll be able to return to my people soon, and I think the scholars among them would be able to puzzle over this for decades. Would you permit me to take it?
I have some interest in putting more of my focus on this as well, but you have found it. It is yours if you wish. I merely make this one request. As we grow our forces here and become the new arrival destination for the Tiaralin elves when they wish to walk upon our plane, I merely wish for you to allow me to come visit this in the future, should I wish.
I will have my mother hang it in the central court of the Ithilwinge, where you will be welcome, and I will tell the Tiarlin and the rest of the Ithilwinge this is a gift from you in hopes of extending a branch of friendship and cordiality for the future.
Very well. Let it be the first stone in the bridge to build in the future. Very well.
Before you roll it up, can I take a closer look and try, maybe, do I recognize the goddess at all?
Rome, I would like you to make a wisdom check.
Is the goddess holding 2 swords?
The goddess is noticeably not holding any swords, but is cradling the light beneath both of her hands, and she is behind this light, where Corellin and Angarad are cradling it within one and reaching down to their descendants with the other.
Quick question, and this is a Michael Jacoby question. Corellin is the guy whose statue we saw in the very first temple. Is that right? Right outside of Force Hollow?
Corellin Larethian is famously the most prominent god of all of the Elven Seldarin pantheon.
He's the Zeus of the elves.
Yes.
I'm just making sure I can pass intro to Elven
Rome. With a 13, you certainly don't recognize the deity behind the light. But there is something about the elven figure represented with the earthen iconography that stirs a memory in you for just a moment. But you can't quite place why that looks familiar.
Okay.
Aeolas, you don't happen to want this carpet by any chance?
No, Master Jiri, that is yours to keep. Consider it a gift from our kind to yours.
When I get back to Jotland, I will hang it up in the royal throne room, and you can come visit anytime you want.
Very well.
Telperion literally laughs, which isn't common from Fury.
Jerry says that in all seriousness.
Yeah.
Did he like bow a little bit like Telperion did too?
Perfect. Well, I will see to your letter then, Master Jiri, and then I would like to set up my trance. Is there anything else you wish of me before we open this portal and allow you your way home?
Just to recap, he said that we have to like mandatory long rest while he trances, or is it a short rest?
He recommends a long rest over
Okay.
the duration of his trance and longer, as he needs to recall in depths of his memory, and you might likely find a threat on your lives once more trying to get home.
I don't want anything now, but like cut to 4 minutes from now when he's sitting down to trance, I am gonna pester him then.
Okay. As he starts to write his letter to Jiri, and Jiri, after a moment, he will hand it back to you. It is written in Elvish script, beautiful calligraphy, which I believe you can read, although you have had memory blocks of in the past. But
Yeah, Jerry looks at it and it's just like the words just like fade from his memory, and he just like, he's gonna pretend like,
Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Eolas.
but like he's gonna ask Telperion to read it to him later.
I'm reading it over his shoulder and I say, "There's nothing kind there."
but you are able to get that letter, and then as he sets up kind of an ornate pillow, and actually he is back in the room, so I'll make him visible again. He's no longer hiding, so I want to take that icon off of him. He sets up a pillow right in front of the runes in front, etched into this stonework kind of mesa plaque in front of him. And as he starts to sit down, he hears you step up to him, Telperion. Yes, Master Loonsong.
I would not be a surprise to you, Chance, as well. I'm curious. You're going to be trying to recover memories from how long ago with this trance?
I have not seen my sister in more than some 100 years or so. And we were well into adulthood at that time. I am reaching into memories from easily not quite half a century ago. From when we were first learning in classes, when Kaer Methrin was more than what it is now. But it will take some time to retrieve those memories, as they have faded, as I have not needed them in some time.
I was curious if I could learn anything from you as you are doing this trance.
You are welcome to observe me, but I fear you might not be able to glean anything. However, I would gladly lend my time in the future to teach you the methodology behind the Eladrin's ability to retrieve memories from far in their past. Some elves are more inclined to this exercise than others. It will take time, though. Multiple sessions of trying to walk through one's own mind is no easy feat.
If I could start now and peer into your trance for just but a minute, would you permit my presence?
Perhaps. How do you mean peer in?
It's a gift of some of my people to read the minds of others. And I've had success reading dreams before.
Fascinating. I do recall in our interactions with your cultures, and some 100 or more years ago was the last time I was privy to those interactions. I recall that some of you had minor telepathic abilities. limited to the Mooncrest elves specifically. If I recall correctly, those of the Sunborn had more ability to turn their own spirit into sunlight, wielding it as a weapon. That is all I can remember of those lessons we once learned. But of course, you have my permission to peer into my mind. Perhaps this is an additional stroke of luck that I have encountered one of your unique abilities.
I'm trying not to show my hand here. Like, yeah, in the future, if you ever remember more of the Sun Elves, I'd be interested to know. They've disappeared from our lives for the past couple of centuries. But for now, I'll be content with just visiting a transfer and coming in.
Very well. Yes, of course, I will be able to reflect upon your cousin Kin in the future, but I will need to set my sights on the immediate short term first. And with that, he will settle into his pose in his pillow and begin his trance.
Roulette. You got any rope? Can you help me tie this carpet to my back? It's really tiring to carry it around.
I mean, I think I might just be able to throw it in the bag.
No. I'm gonna hold on to it. Not that I don't trust you or anything.
Oh, sure. I think.
Can I take a glaive and with the butt end of it, I want to try to like hit Jerry?
For what?
Because I want you to try to dodge with the carpet on your back.
And then Doc. Well, it's not on my back yet.
I want you to try to dodge holding the carpet. So I just smoke the top of the carpet with the pole.
Or like it knocks me over with it.
Very
Sure.
dignified for a prince of Jolland.
Leave it at that.
Michael,
I'll figure out how to dodge with it.
Michael Jacoby, I think you have a bunch of rope in the bag of holding on your page.
Yeah, there's like 5 ropes in there.
Yeah, so I will gladly take one of those out and hand it over to Jerry.
No, I was hoping you could tie like a cool, quick release knot or something like that.
Oh, sure. Most of the stuff I've ever tied has been for like, I don't know, like rappelling or climbing up the side of a mountain. But, yeah. Let me see what I can do. I can tie something on you real quick, and I will attempt to tie. I'll tie some like belay knot on him that has like a quick release if he needs to drop the rug for whatever reason.
You are more than welcome to do that. No check required. You know enough about engineering that you know a couple knots that'll get the job done. So, and that functionally that'll allow you to drop it, retrieve it as an interaction on your movement, not have to like pull it out of a bag or something extensive. So
Excellent. Thank you, Roulette.
Jerry, that looks pretty heavy.
I mean, it's very valuable. Trust me.
How heavy is it?
This is the most valuable item we've ever found. So
it is a fairly tall rug at probably, I mean, you guys representing it is as big as appropriate. It's probably 6 feet and longer than that when it's unfurled. So it's like probably pretty hefty at like, it's a thick, good quality rug. So probably good 30 pounds. It's heavy.
Can't wait to see Jerry sweating, carrying that around.
I specifically wanted to find a carpet that is 6 by 4 feet. So not a huge one.
You are welcome to do that. Okay. So it is 4 feet in when it's curled up, it's 4 feet in length, but it can unfurl to a distance of 6.
So I mean, like across his back, it's still taking up a decent amount.
Yes, it's still big. Yeah. Cool. Are you guys all? Yeah. What are you guys doing?
You can go first.
How about Toby Rama? Haven't heard from you in a little bit. Anything you are doing in this aftermath?
No. Upon Alas's suggestion of us taking a rest, like Toby Rama's like very quick to put out his bedroll and like He's just anxious and eager to get back. So having, just Aelos being like, do this, it's like, okay, easy. I don't have to worry. I'm going to go to sleep. We're going to wake up. We're going to be able to go through the portal. There might be something there, but then we're going to be back home. Awesome.
Perfect. And yeah, Jiri, your 5x3 request is easily doable. Yeah, there's multiple rugs back in those areas, so. And Rome got her gilded flower she was looking for. I think everyone has some things that they were interested in. Jewelry box hasn't been opened quite yet, but I think you guys have everything that you were pursuing to loot. Otherwise, is everyone bedding down for a rest at this point?
I would like to do something.
Yeah.
So magical tinkering, very basic thing. I know how to do it secondhand. I would like to at least take part of this long rest to attempt to magically tinker an aroma into something permanently. So
Okay.
I know that my magical tinkering, it's mostly like my kind of passive focus and it just fades away after a while, but I want to try to permanently imbue an aroma into a tiny object.
Okay. You are welcome to try, certainly. If permanency is outside of your guaranteed capabilities, then I would like a roll. Go ahead and give me an Arcana roll. I'm going to say this is like loosely in the vein of in between your magical tinkering and what it might be to like permanently enchant like a low level common thing into something. So it might be easily achievable. Who knows the duration or if this is a good first step, but yeah, go ahead and give me an Arcana roll.
Okay. No, I was gonna see if I could get double proficiency for my tool expertise thing. I don't know.
You know what? Yeah, I think that's fair because this is going to be a tinkering check. It's just magical based. So go ahead and give me a tinkering check, which will use your intelligence. It is magical based, but I don't need Arcana. You can give me a tinkering roll, which can give me double proficiency.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll investigation because that's what that is.
Okay, perfect.
Oh,
You have
I'm
inspiration.
going to say 12.
You have inspiration.
I kind of really want this to work, so I'm gonna use that inspiration that you just handed out. And I'm gonna hope that I don't roll another 2 or 3. Okay.
What a use of inspiration.
You begin to just start doing your muscle memory almost of your magical tinkering, and you kind of have a flash of genius, so to speak, and you alter one of the sequences, one of the patterns of numerical arcane understanding, and you just put a little more oomph into it. And it seems to be smelling like, what are you imbuing with what scent, unless you don't wish to reveal that right now?
I'll reveal it at the end of the rest.
That's very fair.
I'm
You
also
have
just
successfully pulled that enchantment essentially off, and it seems to be lingering, so it seems permanent.
I'm also just gonna at some point either find or fashion a small wooden box just somewhere in this place. Does not need
Easily
to be
doable.
That's
easily doable. Okay. Anything else of note as you guys kind of settle down for potentially 6 hours? I'll say the last 2 hours of your day have been low effort enough where all you really need is 6 hours of sleep for a short rest to be achieved, or I mean a long rest to be achieved.
Just to have this on Roulette's mind really quick, I'm gonna like come up to her while we're all kind of just relaxing and like settling down, and Jiri's gonna he's got his like water flask, he's like trying to pull the stopper off, and it's like really stuck, and he like comes up to Roulette and he's like, tell Pyrion to use my water bottle last, and now it won't open. Roulette, anything you can do to make this easier to open?
What do you mean? You're trying to just get the cork out of it, or?
Yeah, it's like sometimes I use it and it's like really easy. I can pull it off, but then like Telpuron uses it last and he jams the cork all the way in and I can't get it out. Is there any way you could make it like maybe like thumb activated where I could just pop it open real quick? Not right now, but like maybe in the future. I know you got a long list of like things to like tinker with.
The second you say that, Roulette just kind of glazes over, and you've seen her do this a million times. Like her eyes glaze over, and she looks down at her flail, which, for note, the way she kind of stores it on her hip, the flail head is facing forward. It's like weirdly like clipped on in like a weird clip. She does kind of glance down at her flail, and no, Jiri, that's actually a brilliant idea. Yeah, let me get some downtime.
Say the brilliant part louder so Telperion can hear.
Jiri, that's actually a brilliant idea for that item you got there. I can't do anything right now, and I'll add it to the list.
I lean over to Toby and I say, "Do you think Roulette's sick? Why is she talking like that to Jiri?"
I've got restorative spells on my mind for tomorrow. I might throw one on her just for the sake of it.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
She got hit in that fight.
Yeah, she might be getting a lesser restoration or something.
Note, I barely got touched in that fight. Jiri, brilliant idea. It's right in line with something else I'm working on, so I should be able to carry over some of my notes to get that. Turn it like a quick release cork or something like that. So, yeah, you hold on to it for now. Next time we get back to either, I don't know, Corital or somewhere where the workshop, hand it over and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, because like I would like to use it in battle more often, and like just between you and me, it's really embarrassing when I have to ask Telpiron to open it up when like nobody else is around and it's only him and he's the only one I can ask to open it.
Understood. I can appreciate that.
Thanks, Roulette.
Perfect. Well, otherwise, you guys are welcome to pursue a long rest over the course of this duration. Yeah, tell Perion what you got.
Okay, so I'm going to let him follow Aelos be trancing for like 10-15 minutes. And then I want to sit down in front of him once he's like in there. And I want to cast Detect Thoughts on him while he's trancing.
Okay.
And then
as you cast Detect Thoughts, the surface thoughts are almost a whirlwind and almost off-putting, and for a moment make you consider pulling out because it's just a constant loud stream, a cacophony of voices from different sources as he is diving into past memories like a infinitely quick slideshow. And so like surface thoughts, you don't even get visuals, but you're just understanding how quickly he's pulling memories into his mind, like just this downward spiral of searching. So that's what you get in the first couple seconds of surface thoughts. Then you're choosing to probe deeper, I imagine. Okay. You find as you start to probe deeper, you actually find a little bit of resistance doing so. And then almost like recognition, it slowly relaxes and allows you in. You get that same sensation of rapid fire thoughts, but in a more visual sense. Flashing so fast, just different scenes and environments and individuals he's interacting with. And it's just like, and slowly, almost like a tunnel where all of these are flashing past quickly, you're just slowly going further in and further in and further in. And that will continue for the duration of your minute of read thoughts. So eventually you'll need to, your senses will just like lose tangible view of that phenomenon, but he is just in a very controlled tunnel vision search.
I'll come out of it, and I feel like I put my finger up when I cast detect thoughts sometimes, just to like help channel it. And I'll like hold myself back from vomiting, and then I'm going to back away a little bit so it's not creepy, and then I'm gonna trance right here as well.
Okay.
And I do have a plan for what I want to do. Like I want a tight 4-hour trance, and then I have something I want to do afterward when they're still asleep.
Okay. Is someone messing with the Spotify? It's being weird and dipping in and out. Looks like everyone's still in the session, so it's still just being weird. Other than Steve. Sorry, Steve.
It's fine.
But you are welcome to engage your own trance. Is there anything anyone's doing of particular note as they prepare for sleep and or trance?
Sleep.
Okay. Well, you guys are adequately able to sleep unencumbered. No threats of assault come from the world outside this cathedral. Telperion, you are very likely the first to exit your rest, fully refreshed, long rest completed after your 4-hour trance. And of note, Aeolas is still trancing. And the rest of your allies have about 2 hours left of sleep, very likely. And that 2 hours will continue by. And as everyone begins to rouse for the day, yeah, unless there's something else you want to do.
There is. I'll get up, stretch out the kinks of my back, and then I'm gonna go find sleeping Jiri.
Okay.
And now that I'm refreshed, I'll think about I'll look at that carpet and I'll think about hiding it somewhere, but then I won't. But then I will sit down next to him, fingers up, and I'll think, well, one wasn't good tonight, so let's try the other. And now that I've got it back, I'll detect thoughts his dream.
Okay. Let us grab our Jiri music. As you are pulled into Jiri's mind, you get surface thoughts of whatever Jiri's willing to divulge right now. But before we get to deeper thoughts, I'll want him to make a save unless he's willing to accept Telperion's influence.
I've done this before, but I want to roll just to see if I could fend him off. But I will.
Well, you can't defend him off from surface thoughts. He automatically gets surface thoughts.
From the deeper.
Yeah, we will make sure to handle that before you do anything too deep. But
Okay.
what might be some surface thoughts flowing through Jiri's sleeping mind
Jiri
right now?
is currently thinking about Horse Moby, the one that we left behind in Ostenis, our faithful horse companions that we rode long ago. And he's wondering, he's thinking about like,
Oh yeah, we gotta go back and rescue Horse Moby. I miss Horse Moby a lot.
Cue mind reading eye roll.
Jesus.
Okay. Well, Telperion, I imagine you go deeper than surface thoughts, or at least attempt to. So, Jiri, I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Well, you would have.
11
Plus 1.
plus 4, so 15.
So
Does
you
that
would
beat your DC?
try.
But Jiri will permit being comfortable with Telperion's like mind probes, the like
Interesting. Okay.
yeah, he'll permit Telperion to enter into his thoughts.
Because of that roll, I'm also going to say something on my end is you do meet a little resistance, and you see a flash of blue, violet, and amber lightning all of a moment, and you hear a voice saying, "No, not now. Let him rest. It seems he is permitting you." And you feel like clouds start to part, and you are allowed deeper into the mind of Jiri. Something clearly defending his mind. But over the course of the next minute, I'll let you guys take the floor for what's going on down here.
Ready to deep dive.
All right, so same vision that you've seen before. And you see again Jiri, and he is still kind of moving around these sections of neural network that kind of litter the floor, the bottom here. I'm assuming you like zoom in and go find Jiri. And Jiri is again talking to Shadowmobi, and he's saying,
Shadowmobi, I think I found the other half to that memory that we were looking at not too long ago. We gotta find and put it back together with that other one. Wait, but before we do, let's remember it together just to make sure it's the right one.
and they like put their hands on it together.
I feel like I very
Perfect.
quietly come up and put my hand on it too to go with them.
Perfect.
And so I need you to make an intelligence check, because last time you were wondering, is this book that I was looking at a metaphor? That was your kind of like final thoughts.
7.
And you think to yourself, Jiri is very capable of making metaphors. So this could very well be a metaphor. And you see again the page, the book, and it's the next page, the one that like turned over as you were watching Jiri's memory last time. And this page has text that appears, and it says, that day, Jiri was cast from the Royal Galactic Clock Tower. He drifted upon the eastern silver winds to the kingdom of Pyrrhus. There he learned martial skills from the sword saints of Pyrrhus. And a picture appears underneath the text. And it is a picture of young Jiri, 8 years old, though his garb is completely different than the last time you saw him. He's wearing rags, bits like scraps of clothing that are all sewn together in this really baggy outfit. It's like a washcloth, a sack of potatoes, a ripped tunic, all sewn together into this mismatched outfit. All the jewelry is gone. And in his hands, he has a wooden sword, a katana. And it's a normal sized katana, but he's a very small child. So it's very big in his hands. And it's almost the exact same scale as Big Jiri with his big long odachi. And, you know, it's the same scale as Little Jiri with his normal sized katana. And you see him, he's kind of, he's fighting with another figure in this image. It is a creature that is completely made out of steam. This creature also wields a sword, and he's kind of doing like a horizontal slash that Jiri is ducking under and counting with a slash of his own that cuts right through this creature's midsection. And as he cuts through, a blast of steam is hitting Jiri in the side of the head. And the image dissipates, and the page turns again, red hands pulling on the pages. The words appear. Then Jiri traveled south along the copper winds to the kingdom of Gigas. There he learned the magic of science from the scholars of Gigas. And it's Jiri again, the center of this picture. And he's a little bit older, maybe 11 years old, still wearing baggy clothing. He's seated at what looks to be a desk. And he's in a room, a workshop, with many other creatures sitting in desks. These creatures are made completely out of electricity, lightning. They're kind of like Rome's creatures that she forms, you know, how they're made out of vines, like all connected together, but it's lightning. And they're much smaller than Jiri, so they seem like young creatures as well, but there is one large creature at the front of this room. There seems to be some type of experiment going on that involves copper magnets spinning around copper wire. But Jiri isn't paying attention. He's trying to, you can see, but he's got his hand underneath the table, the desk that he's at, and there's a bit of electricity bouncing across his fingertips, back and forth. It's a little trick that Jiri does when he likes to like idly pass the time. And the page turns once again, and then the words appear, and then Jiri traveled west across the Golden Winds to the kingdom of Harko. There he practiced the art of boxing from the pugilists of Harko. And again, a picture appears, and there's Jiri, a little bit older now. He's probably around 13, still wearing baggy clothes, but it's the first time you've seen him with his customary fist wraps around his hands. He is indeed boxing with another creature. This creature seems to be made out of sand or dust. Jiri is blocking kind of a left hook with his right hand and countering with an uppercut right up the middle, making contact with this creature's jaw. The area where he hits seems to harden and turn into stone on this creature. And you see Jiri's face, and it's beat and bruised. He's missing teeth. His eye is swollen shut, but he's got a big smile on his face. He's clearly having a great time. And the page turns one final time, and the text appears. Lastly, Jiri traveled north along the Platinum Winds to the kingdom of Uparsha. There, he participated in the sport of skyball with the Upartians. He was the star player for the Jaland Nimbai, a newly formed skyball team who played against the Upartian Citrons, an undefeated team. And this last picture that appears is the most detailed of them all, because it stretches across 2 full pages, the double pager. So it's larger than the other images. And it's Jiri in the middle. And he's, again, older still. Probably 17 years old, a young adult. And he's getting quite tall. He's probably as tall as Telperion is, if not taller. And this is the first time you've seen Jiri wearing his customary overcoat and tabby, except for they're both slightly different than you're used to seeing him wear. The overcoat is a different color. It is cloud white with periwinkle clouds, so different than his lemon lime overcoat. And his tabby, most noticeably, is very different. Instead of hanging from the front and folded up, it is hanging out from his back, and it stretches out all 15 feet of it. It's unraveled, and it's kind of flapping behind him. And the reason why it's flapping behind him is you see in this picture that Jiri is actually flying through the air at incredible speeds. He's got a sword in his hand, and his tabby actually seems to be like holding like a yellow sphere in it. And there's other creatures kind of flying around him. They wear a lemon lime overcoat, and they also have their own lemon lime tabbies. There seems to be some type of kind of sporting event occurring that Jiri is participating in. You see a scoreboard in the background. 10 points for the home team, the Citrons. 0 points for the Nimbai, the away team. And the page, kind of the book itself, kind of closes. You are pulled out of this memory, and you head back to where you are in the kind of dark place like you see on the screen in front of you. And Jiri says, "Yep, that's the right memory. Okay, let's put it back where it belongs." And he shoots his lightning whip up into the neural network above him, and it kind of loops around a section, comes back down. He ties it to the neural network section of it. He hoists it up, and he blasts it with his electricity to kind of like solder it in place. And I think that's probably where...
Yeah, probably at that point, a minute of Telperion's visual information of all of this starts to fade, and you are pulled once more out of clouds and darkness.
The last thing he notes as he pulls away, the section where Jiri put that in, the first thing that kind of comes to mind is like a puzzle piece that's like jammed into the wrong place.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Very well. And then Telperion, you are able to release out of Jiri's mind.
And the first thing I do is I look at my ring that Jiri gave me, and I look at the direction it's pointing, and I have the west one or the east one?
You have the east, the silver.
Okay.
Which would seem to align with his memory of the winds.
Yeah, the east was from Royal Galactic. Which wind did you ride east?
The silver wind.
Okay.
Silver winds to Pyrus.
Yeah, literally the only thing I missed in that whole thing was the word silver winds. I got it. Okay. I take a really big deep breath, and I go and I write as much of it down as I can on just like a piece of paper I have.
Perfect. There's paper scattered all around you, so you are
I
easily
snag a
available.
ton of paper. Just like I just want to have I just want like 30 pages of paper.
Sure.
Like, I don't even care what's on it. I just want paper, and I write
Yeah.
as much of that down as I can.
Easy enough to do. But the rest of you are able to rouse from your sleep. And noticeably, Aeolas, Telperian's trances always take 4 hours or so, and he always wakes before the rest of you are able to. Aeolas is still locked in trance. But you're all able to rise for the morning, or if it's morning.
When they wake up, I ask Jerry, what's your favorite sport?
Oh, that's easy, Skyball.
If you were going to play Skyball, would you want to wear yellow or white?
Well, my team's colors are cloud white and periwinkle.
But why do you have a yellow jacket then?
Oh, that's kind of embarrassing.
Why?
Hmm?
Why is it embarrassing that you're wearing their own team's jacket?
Well, there's this other team that I used to play against, and we never beat them. But we tried really hard. Actually, we never scored a goal against them at all. Actually, my team never scored a goal ever.
But then why are you wearing their uniform?
Yeah, they're really honorable people, so I had to wear their uniform because we lost so badly.
Oh, I see. Okay. I got it. I read your dreams again last night.
Did you? I forgot all about Skyball. Thanks for reminding me.
You're welcome. You also went to the different directions of the wind and learned different skills. And you always wore baggy clothes.
Well, not always. I used to have like really cool clothes, but now baggy clothes are cool. I made them cool.
Because you were banished and your cool clothes were taken, and then you had to wear baggy clothes, so now you think they're cool.
No, I wore baggy cool clothes and I made them cool.
Okay. Got it. We all had that one. And you, okay, good. I just, I got a lot of, I learned a lot last night. So if you want to peer over my notes, I could share them with you later.
Okay. I probably know everything that you wrote down.
Okay. When you fly, what does your tabby do?
It flies with me.
I guess that's true. Which direction does it fly?
I'm walking over to Aeolas at this point.
Yeah. And we'll just be chatting while you guys do that.
I'm gonna go up to Aeolas and slow for a minute.
Okay.
I mostly
Both
just
of
want to
you
do it.
will- Yeah.
I want to do a check to like, hey, he's still alive.
Yeah, you can kind of look at him. He still seems to be breathing safely and healthily, but you take a look at his eyes, and they are entirely glazed over, like clouded gray, indicating that he's still trancing. And his eyes are like flickering back and forth every once in a while. And you
He must
see,
not have
you
found
also
what he
see,
was seeking.
yeah, Rome, actually, with your high passive perception, you actually catch his hands down at his side where he's keeping them, doing something. He's doing a motion, like almost like spellcraft gestures. And after a few moments of that, Aeolas, still entranced gaze, stands up, his eyes still clouded, and slowly walks forward and lays his hand on one of the runes etched into the stone and drags his hands across it and then begins to chant, reciting ancient spellcraft in Sylvan language. Slowly, over the course of the next 5-ish minutes, he continues this chanting within his trance, tracing sigils in the air with his hands and pushing and pulling on the primal energies of this plane, and slowly the markings etched into the stone circle in front of you all illuminate, and the stone transmutes into wood slowly towards the center of this rune circle. And over another 5 minutes or so, a 10-minute total duration, the entire surface has become wood, not stone, and all of the runes have slowly begun to glow. And when the final 2 runes activate, all of the runes begin to glow brightly with a prismatic, multicolored brilliance shining through them and from them. And then from the center of the circle, a pinhole of light streaks and sends a beam of light through the entire chamber, and it slowly widens in diameter. This pinhole of twilight coloration widening in size, stretching to fill the diameter of the rune circle in no more than a couple of seconds. And as a magical gate opens up before you, I definitely just did the wrong thing. Oh no, can you guys see that?
Mm-mm.
I meant to do... Hang on 1 second. Thank you.
Hi, Mary.
That goes here. This is what I wanted. Oh!
Ooh.
Multicolored brilliance emanating throughout this whole chamber, as the twilight of the plane of fairy is pouring into this space from some location up near the uppermost branches of the L tree. It takes a moment for your vision to adjust, looking through this blinding light, but out ahead through this portal, you can see shifting amaranthine colored branches, if you can call them branches. What it really is more like translucent shifting patterns of air, almost like aurora borealis in the shape of tree branches. Pure energy, golden and auburn and violet and reddish purple. And Aelas shakes his head. Behold, the crown of Galathur, the uppermost heights of its branches, and in turn, the peak elevation of all the plane of fairy. And I think that's probably a good moment to call a quick break.
Oh my god, I thought you were going to say stop, and I was going to
Oh my god.
No. We've got more to do.
Oh my god, I just got very nervous.
But
Break
I will
time.
be right back.
We almost had enough for like a big skeleton inflatable. Like you say sorry, sorry.
MK, what was that 212?
That was my total of healing / preventative damage from last combat.
Holy fuck.
Wow.
Holy shit.
That's insane. Holy shit.
That was really
Do you know
fun.
how much you'd be able to max out at?
That's a good question.
Like,
Wait,
I'd love to know like what your
So-
maximum healing in a long
wait.
rest
Before you say that, our burgers are almost done. We're just setting up them because we're playing during dinner time. So we'll be with you in a sec.
Okay. There was, I think, another critical hit that happened, but the fight before the big fight, I had used 2 of my crit saves. So, like, I had 2 more potential crits I could have prevented. I also only did 2 big heals. I did the mass healing word and then the potion on Telperion. So, like, if I don't even think I had healing word prepared. If I had that and cure wounds going out more often, like, I definitely could go higher.
Yeah, that's wild. In the preventative is just so much as advantageous or more.
You got to start a data table and like record your level, what the session was, and how much like healing you delivered, and then track that over the levels.
That would also just be a good idea for me to be like, okay, healing word is nice in those niche situations if someone's down and I'm far away or something, but it just pales in comparison to like a mass healing word or a life transference or things like that. So it's maybe shouldn't always be on my list.
The best thing about it is bonus action first level spell. I think that's the strongest argument for healing word is as a bonus action from range using your most minimal resource. That is so clutch.
So I've thought about this. It would be so cool if there was a way to pull every roll into like an Excel spreadsheet for like every character, and then just like have like damage totals like adding up like while you're like if you did every single roll like.
And you could do smart filters too to like filter by time or filter by damage or filter by healing, preventative. That could be super fun.
Then you look
I will not be developing that, but that would be amazing.
It would be cool. It's like life stats for your character.
Yep. People have done that for like Critical Role. There's a famous Twitter account called Crit Roll Stats.
Yeah.
And they have like totaled up like after their first campaign, they total up total damage done the entire campaign of like both by the party and against the party and stuff, and they went through the episodes and tracked it all.
Who did the most?
I don't remember, but the number's some obscure crazy number like 12,217,000 or I don't know that it's that high. It might be a million, but it's like like it's just some absurdly high number that you're like, holy shit.
My favorite thing about that account is when the first campaign ended, only like one character was an archer, and throughout the whole recorded campaign, because Critical Role starts when they're like 12 or 11,
10, 11, yeah.
So from there, they were able to count up, she shot like 800 arrows or something. And and the character Laura was like, that is very nice, because before we started recording, we went to a merchant one time and I was like, I just want 1,000 arrows. I don't want to worry about this ever again. And she didn't like actually go through all of them. So like it was a very good investment.
People online were making fun of her, Laura, for like, and the DM for, you guys never worried about her arrows. Like that's something you guys should have tracked. Like she's going to run out of projectiles immediately. He's like, funnily enough, the reason we never worried about that is because previous to the stream, her character literally said, I never want to worry about arrows. I'm just going to buy 1,000 arrows. And then she never ran out of those in all of her attack rolls throughout the campaign.
Which I also 100% don't think they were keeping track of, but it worked out nicely at the end when someone counted.
But yeah, exactly. True.
And then to the other thing you said, MK. So did you hear about them potentially getting rid of critical hits for
D&D 1?
The new 1 D&D stuff, the rules sound crazy.
Oh,
I'm like interested in the vibe, but everyone is tearing it apart online.
Well, it's also in like the alpha testing, or not even that, but what did they said like
it can only be weapon attacks.
Only weapon attacks, no spell attacks, and then monsters can't critical hit. So then they'd have to completely change your subclass.
Features
Yeah,
of
they-
classes.
yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I saw that they added was they added sign language as one of the official languages.
Yeah.
Common
And common sign are like the default languages now.
So
which is
everybody
super
knows
cool.
common
No.
sign.
Like the urchin background allows you to have sign language. It's not
it's like-
everyone, but it's
It's like a
prevalent.
new one like common that virtually everyone can know if they want to.
Oh,
It's not like
cool.
an exotic language. It's just everyone knows like the common sign if you want to know that.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. I like that.
So is D&D 1 like a complete rewrite of the rules, or is it just like, I don't understand?
It's like
They love
somewhere between
5e, but it's a simplification in some
Oh,
ways.
it's simplified. Interesting.
In theory.
well, I
It's
think
somewhere between like a 6th edition and a 5.5. It's not really
Yeah.
either.
Well, I think
Yeah.
also the goal of it is to get away from worrying about those, and they can modularly change things. So,
Yeah.
like,
If you
Yeah.
will, instead of releasing Photoshop 2002 and 2004 and 2008 and stuff, it's just Photoshop and it's live and cloud based, and they just filter in updates. They want that to be what D&D is in terms of like, yeah, they'll send out new updated content here and there, but it's not going to be editions anymore.
Yeah.
But they're obviously, at some point 10 years from now, they're going to say, okay, well, there's a new edition. It's just like,
D&D 2.
yeah.
What I do like is the background stuff, though. The background
I
stuff.
don't know anything about it. I
backgrounds
just know
come
they're
with a
going
feat.
more to feats. Yeah,
Backgrounds
I do know
come
they're
with a
going
feat.
more feat heavy, which I love for differentiating characters better, which is great.
And your ability scores come from the background now, which makes like way more sense than for it to come from races.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, that makes way more sense.
I mean, because that was like one of the most loved things about Tasha, right? It was like, stop worrying about the race points. If it gives you 4 ability score things, you can put those where you think you should
Yeah,
put
but
them.
in theory, this is now more restrictive than that, though, because they're not saying, hey, ASIs are, your starting stat buffs are free for all, just put them wherever you want. They're like, no, they are tied to backgrounds, which I personally think is cooler. But some people are going to be like, yeah, but that's less freedom.
But you
So,
can,
I don't know.
the initial background is full customization. That's like what they want you to do. And then the second layer down is, here are some pre-made ones. So I think
Okay,
it actually
interesting.
isn't, I think it's more customization because it's like
Got
you're
it, okay.
supposed to make your
So
own
it's like,
background.
so if you want to make a charlatan, it's like, typically those have this spread. So like, that's like a recommendation almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, the whole thing fascinates me, and I almost don't even like talking about it because it's just so early, and the whole world that plays D&D seems to be up in arms about it online, and I just couldn't care less about the arguments. But it is interesting. The virtual tabletop stuff is what I'm excited about. I would love to get into that with this group.
Well,
someday.
because I don't know when they officially acquired D&D Beyond, if that was how recent that was, but part of this was they're saying D&D Beyond is going to work with virtual tabletops, or if they're making their own, but like, so we won't need the Beyond 20 extension necessarily.
Right, it'll
going
all
forward.
just run through D&D Beyond in theory.
Yeah.
But they're going to need a beefier like background structural infrastructure for D&D and D Beyond, because there's already like bugs and glitches and issues in there, and they're thinking they can add a whole nother virtual tabletop interface in there. I'm like, dudes, you got your work cut out for you. I'm skeptical it's going to run smoothly.
There's also just like, even with, I think you and I had to add like a couple spells to my list because they are viable with all the handbooks, but it just wasn't recognizing that when I was doing.
There are a couple weird
Cleric,
things
cleric.
with D&D Beyond for sure. And you should also just be able to give people custom spells if you want. Like Steve has some spells that aren't typically available, but for him they are. And same with Jiri, honestly. But I've had to give them like a feat called custom spell adjustments that where we say, hey, you no longer have access to this one, but you do have access to this. And it's just like more work, which it should just be more like, hey, go select what spells you have, period. Which that's another thing. I think they're not, their spell lists now are not sectioned off for classes. It's like, I don't know how it's separated. I know they're going more arcane, primal, divine, but it's like anyone can use spells. It's not like wizards get this list and warlocks get that or something.
No, they still have sub-lists that are just wizard spells and just warlock and just
Okay,
cleric.
interesting.
So they still have like spells that live just in one class. But I think they were trying to explain that it's easier for them to add new spells and have them add into like feats that give you spells from a specific list, like Magic Initiate, instead of having to pick like from the wizard, you pick from the arcane list or the primordial.
I also think that makes the initiate feats more interesting. It's not just, oh, you only have access to like one new warlock cantrip. It's, oh, go an arcane initiate, have a cantrip and a spell from this list.
Yeah, that's true. That is.
I don't like
cooler.
change.
Yeah, I'm interested. I just want it to be like a year or two from now when it actually releases and have a better understanding of, okay, these are actually the changes. Because right now is like a super loose representation of what it might someday be when they get all the feedback and stuff. So
I don't hate the critical hit stuff. I've got a reason why, but we can.
I think the huge nerf of only weapon attacks is decently balanced out by the buff of no monster critical hits. I think it's such a positive and such a negative, and I'm almost like, I almost prefer the like range of extreme over this new thing, but like at least it's not, oh, it only screws over the parties.
It makes it easier for DMs to control, though, the amount of pressure that their monsters are placing on a party, because things you like,
especially
a
low
surprise
level
critical can just kill somebody. It's like, well, I didn't need to kill. And I literally think that happened to us with Lindis.
Dermorin? Oh, Lindis?
No,
oh, dude, yeah.
When
I remember
like,
when she,
I'm pretty sure she got critical hit on like and it was like, well, I didn't want that to happen. I wanted you just to go down and then like you to get saved. So it was like, we're just gonna wreck it. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also, people talk constantly about how much spellcasters equip melee or like weapon or fighters later, like warriors. So it is an interesting way of like keeping melee or like weapon or non-magic users relevant. Well, also like having range in 5e is such a boon, and there's no con really to range in regards to how much you got to work to do melee fighting. I don't know if range like arrows still can crit, but
dude, they're also gonna have to do so much
attacks, but
rebalancing for like every monster and enemy stat block.
Yeah,
because
the no crits from enemies is good, because there's a famous example of a level 1 wizard who has 6 HP, and you guys are as a party of 4 or 5 people going against a CR1 troll or orc. That is an appropriate challenge rating, but if that thing crits, it can outright kill a 6 hit point wizard, because it'll do 13. Or bugbears. Well, bugbears are, oh yeah, sure. I was thinking owlbear. I'm like, that's a higher CR actually, but yeah, it can do like 13 damage, knock you down to less than -6 in one hit, and you have now just insta-killed a PC on what you thought was an appropriately leveled encounter. That is so... I'm glad that type of threat is being addressed in some way.
They want more, I don't know if they're gonna like add more of this, but the rationale is that they want more like recharge abilities for monsters, where that should be like the sense of worry for a party is like, we don't want the dragon breath to come back, so let's all sit here and watch the DM roll to see if it comes back or not. And that's the big scary thing, where the DM can still choose whether or not it's going to use the dragon breath or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it all definitely fascinates me. I will try to stay tuned, but
I'm shotgunning this ear of corn, so I'm very happy for this conversation, because this is not a Topirian move.
Yeah, I scarfed down a couple bites of salad and 2 pieces of pizza while I stepped away.
Shotgunning corn.
That is a funny grouping of words.
I brought napkins too.
But you guys let me know when you're ready to pick back up. I'm happy whenever.
Kind of ready.
Okay.
In 6 minutes, I'm going to pull some corn out of my teeth, but I'm good.
Okay. Well, as this twilight of the upper atmosphere of the plane of fairy streaks into this space, and you see these like translucent, ethereal, branch-like pathways out past this portal into the space beyond. Aeolas turns toward you all, but makes eye contact specifically with Telperion. Tell me, Elf, have you ever stepped through to the branches of Galathor in your lifespan? I do not know what age you take.
Have I? Was that a part of going the first time for my mom's thing?
I'll say, actually, you try and recall, and you feel like you've seen this type of brilliance once upon a time, but your memory of it is very fuzzy from when you were young, and you've always never been able to fully recall with accurate detail the coronation of your mom. You were there for it, but even elves are not immune to the fuzzying of memories from this place.
I may have been, but it's been over 100 years, and I don't recall precisely.
Well, if you could recall, usually, as I understand it, at least from my further long ago interactions with the Tiarlin, only so much as 10 or so people are usually capable of stepping through your side's portals. And that is why for your coronation rituals throughout your history, virtually all the roots portals are utilized from your side of things to transport as many of your ambassadors and royalty to this place, to our home high in the Galathor, where your coronations take place. However, where the ritual circles of the Ithilwinge and Alealor are bound to the Eltree's embrace, our circles are infused with more of the Feywild's innate chaos, which affords us more freedom to travel to locations on your plane. As you all step through, you will walk out onto the top of Galathor's limbs and must venture to the trunk. It will not take long to do so, because though its limbs stretch countless leagues wide across most of the Feywild, its magic beckons those who walk towards its branches, where you can descend into its hollow core and announce your intended destination on your home plane, as long as it is a destination protected adequately with our ancestral mythal magic. So, all you need to do is reach the center of Galathor, leap into its core, and announce where you wish to emerge.
Oh, shit.
So could we go directly to the Mooncrest Grove, where my people are, instead of the Tiarlan's version?
In theory, indeed. You are not tethered from this end to the Forest Watch Tiarlan elves. You may journey directly to the location surrounding wherever your Moonset Grove is placed.
But it must essentially be an elvish location because the Mythals must be active in protecting it.
The Mythals that our people and yours use act as beacons for its Galathor's roots to find purchase between the planes. So, as long as it is a location protected by Mythal magic, you will have access to that location. From our Fey portals, that is.
Is that something we want to discuss once we actually venture?
Yes, you are welcome to discuss however you wish. The nature of planar travel, though, occasionally can place you within a reasonable vicinity of your intended location, depending on how chance finds you that particular day.
So by saying the Moonset Grove as our intended location, each of us individually, that will theoretically bring us to our destination we desire.
As long as you all enter its core simultaneously, you should all be transported together toward the location which one of you will announce.
One of us will announce.
Hey, Eolas, You got an idea what day of the week it is? Back in the material plane.
Oh, I'm sure I have no way of finding that information. You will likely have to ascertain that when you arrive. Here, days are less of a circumstance than you're used to.
Makes complete sense.
Oh, totally skipped my mind.
He grins a little bit at that.
ALS,
and nods.
can I get that ring back, by the way?
Oh, thank God.
Oh, wait,
Yes,
wait,
of
wait, wait, wait.
course.
Gimme.
I'll take it from ALS, and then if he proffers it, and then walk back over.
He presents the ring, the platinum ring.
And I'll give Jiri a little thumb coin flip of the ring
Oh.
back to him.
Perfect. As it's in the air, I want to telekinetically grab it and bring it to me. We don't have
You
to
guys
roll.
can all, grab at the ring. Who ends up with it?
I'll let Jerry get it. I just want to scare Jerry.
He has to like get a little bit more like aggressive to like grab it.
He like looks a little bit uncool for
Yeah.
trying so hard. Good, that's what we want.
And then I'm gonna, well, I still have my necklace. So I'm gonna like loop it back on through my necklace and put it on and be like,
Thanks, Toby.
Okay.
Feels good to have it back.
I'd like to ask Eos a question. Have
Yes,
you
of
ever
course.
spoken to Galathur?
The Guardian.
Spoken to it. I cannot say that I have. I've only seen its branches and walked upon them centuries ago. I cannot say I have the sort of magic that would open my consciousness to its sentience, if it has one.
Or
So
Do you
don't
have
know.
such magics?
So you're unsure as to whether or not it's sentient or conscious?
It is a different form of tree than most. Calling it a tree perhaps is a disservice. Perhaps it is a spirit that has always lived in this place. I know not. But in theory, if its roots permeate between our world and yours, it may be flora in its own way. Do you wish to make a connection with it?
I do.
And you have the means where you think you can manage this?
I believe I do. Unless
And
you have any
someday
sort of
someday in the future, when you all return to this plane, if you do, I hope to hear how that goes.
I will be sure to tell you of it.
Very well. Is there anything any of you lot have need of me? Kinsalo just kind of comes up next to him and says, just slaps him on the shoulder and says, "No, thanks, friend. Glad we met you. Still split on what elves have been kind to me versus not, but you're a good one. And this one is too." Pointing toward Telperion.
I do want to just like pull Alos the faintest bit to the side, so it's not like the most public conversation. I have a sister, and I can't pretend to imagine what it would be like to have to kill her because she hated me enough, hated my kind enough to try to kill me. So while I can't do anything to ease your pain, I want you to know I understand that it's there, and I wish I could.
Thank you, Telperion Moonsong. Of the Nimberthil house, the Wingay, is that right?
You can remember a lot, so don't forget that.
Very well. Thank you. And he will extend a kind of forearm embrace greeting. Well, unless there's anything else.
And since Telperion said he wasn't going too far away, I'm just going to say Roulette overheard this.
In Elvish.
And she comes up and in very broken Elvish that is like textbook Elvish, because I'm assuming that's what everyone in Belladonia speaks, because they're hoity-toity pieces of shit. Um, I will say, I'm just gonna say this, Steve. I'll second what Telperion said. I can't possibly imagine what that was like for you, and I know looking upon anything that might remind you of her right now probably will cause you pain. But I wanted you to have this, and I will take out a tiny box that I fashioned or found, whatever it is, and there is a stone butterfly on top of it from the cave of the basilisks that we had, one of the tiny insects that I found. And as I take it out, there is a smell of the greenhouse, his little underground fort, just generally permeating the air. The thing in this box I found in your sister's room, and it is beautiful, and it was kept safe, and I'm sure it meant a lot to her. And when you're ready, I think looking upon it and remembering who your sister was, not who she ended up as, but who she was, hundreds of years ago, apparently for you, when she was your sister, and you were her brother. I think this might bring you some comfort at some point, and I will hand him that box.
I
That
thank
is the-
you for
that is
your
the thing I-
kindness.
That is the thing I
Yep.
enchanted. Like, yeah.
Yep. He thanks you for your kindness, with a very endearing attempt at a smile, even though he is still a sorrowful individual. I will not forget our endeavors together, and I mean to restore this place once to some version of its former glory. Ideally with rehabilitated Eladrin at my side alongside my Selenixian brothers and sisters. But you need to be onward to your home. Unless there is anything else you have need of me, I wish you farewell, far travelers, and beware the Guardian of Galathor. For my people's sake as well as yours, I sincerely hope you are successful in your journey. And then he will just kind of step to the side and allow you all to step through this portal.
Let's go.
We go through.
As you all slowly move forward together as a crew, you step onto swirling energies. Give a little backdrop of the ever-setting sun behind you, and you're looking outward toward the twilight sky. And swirling energies of translucent branch-like patterns keep you aloft as you move forward, like walking on Aurora Borealis almost. But you can see the expanse of the other ethereal branches reaching out endlessly in every direction. And off in the distance, you can see a sort of central trunk where all these branches descend down toward. You are on the very peak of this enormous tree, and looking down below you almost seems like dozens of miles down to the forests and below. Kinsalo will actually step next to you, Telperion, and just put his hand on your back and say, I gotta say, I think this beats the last view we had soaring above the trees after Raga. Pretty neat.
Good views abound here.
And as you all step through this portal onto these branches, you look behind you, and the portal just slowly closes behind you, and Aeolas just nods before you lose sight of him. And now, seemingly dozens of miles away, that central trunk. But as you walk, the light hums beneath you, and every footstep leaves behind temporary marks of light. And over the course of even just a couple minutes, that central trunk seems to approach faster and faster. Distance having some weird manipulation up here, magically, or however the primal magics of the plane of fairy take place up here. But is there anything any of you all do and speak about as you're on this journey toward the center of Galathor's peak branches?
Jiri, you ready? You ready to try and get rid of that lichen curse?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I want to anymore.
Honestly, Jerry, it's your decision. I trust your judgment.
That's been my emphasis the whole time as well.
Toby, use it on Telperion first.
Good idea.
No, Jiri, I think you had your mind set up right before you went to sleep, and I think this is I do agree with your choice here. I think this might be the right thing to do for now.
I would
Okay.
agree.
I agree, but I have this letter and nobody's read it to me yet. If it's a good introduction, then I say we do it. That way I can go meet other.
Because do you want to be aware polar, or do you want to be aware of your own choice?
That.
I read the letter.
Did you say you read the letter? Okay, I can text you guys afterward what it says.
Yeah.
Does it sound like he'll get to become a were creature if
Well, I was asking for like just a letter of intro. Like Jiri is a cool dude.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Does it?
It's mostly a self-introduction of who Aeolas is, where he comes from, a quick tale of, in his opinion, Jiri's character and you guys' encounter, and essentially says to whoever may interact with this individual, he has seemed honorable enough to me, and explain his lycanthropy blessing in his own words. So it is along the lines of what Jiri requested, although Aeolos's name might not hold any weight for individuals on the prime material plane. But
I think this is the best you could have hoped for, Jiri.
This is perfect. It'll work. Okay. Toby, you better do it before I change my mind.
All right, so I'll place both hands on Jiri and kind of allow the mists to all leave me and pervade his body until I find the source of lycanthropy as I cast Remove Curse.
you almost feel innately your own mists that you're conjuring seep into his ears, eyes, nostrils, mouth if his mouth opens, and you're not touching the mists specifically, but you can feel them all rapidly course through his bloodstream as that blessing or curse has already distributed itself quickly through his body. But you are also what spell are you casting on him?
Remove Curse.
Okay.
Remove blessing.
All of a sudden, as the yes, or remove blessing, as they circulate through his body, these mists rapidly, all of a sudden, Jiri probably has a somewhat disconcerting physical phenomenon occur within his body, but then the mists return to your hand, almost with like a thin strand of red amongst them.
Yeah.
Did it work?
Seemingly having taken effect.
I know that I did what I thought I did, and it seems it removed something from you. So I guess that becomes a you question. Were you able to tell before that it was budding inside of you?
Do you feel less like a polar bear or more like a polar bear?
The same. I don't know. I feel like I'm less likely to attack Telperion in my sleep, though.
Have you attacked me in
Oh,
your sleep?
I might have messed that up then.
I might. You never know. Telperion, you should not sleep easily.
I don't sleep, so it's fine.
You shouldn't meditate easily.
Go away.
Wait, hold on. You were telling me all about Skyball. Let's get back to that conversation.
Okay, come here for a second. Let me see your tabby.
Yes, here it is.
Okay, so
Go, hands off.
no, I'm going to touch it. It's fine.
Okay, wash your hands real quick.
All right, ready?
That didn't do anything.
Elf breath is purifying.
Okay, that's better.
I'm gonna take his tabby and like kind of turn it around. You're like, it's kind of like a giant diaper. But wait, just where's the long part of it? Can you unfold the end?
Yeah, it's all folded up.
Yeah,
he'll like
uncurl it.
Okay, here you go.
Okay. And I like use telekinetic and I like push it back like a train. It's like, in Skyball, I think this is the proper way you wear your uniform.
Telpyrion, you're a genius. I completely forgot about this. This is the way you wear a tabby when you play Skyball. When you walk around, you wear it in front of you. But when you play and fly around in Orin, everybody wears their tabby behind them. How could I have forgotten?
Never been to Orin, I don't know.
All right, everybody, stand back. And he like kicks his boots off. Stand back. This time, I'm gonna fly for sure.
Oh Jesus.
No, like for real this time.
There's literally miles below us.
I know.
I'm sure.
But I'm gonna be flying from this point forever. From now on, you will never see me walking.
I look at Kinsalo.
So say goodbye to the Jiri you once knew. That
You see
walked.
Kinsalo, like his normal wings kind of curled up behind him and folded, and you see them like anticipatedly like start to prep themselves in case this goes poorly.
I feel reassured. All right,
Alfie has picked up the boots.
all right, Jiri. Goodbye to the old. Hello to the new.
Absolutely. And so Jiri will like squat down, and then he will say, I summon my royal galactic enchantments and sortilèges. I'm gonna touch the sky. And he like jumps, puts his hands up in the air, and for the first time, he will be casting the fly spell.
Amazing. What does that look like? What does he do in this space?
He rockets off. He like shoots up like a rocket ship, 60 feet. No, well, he's dashing, so like
120 feet per round, yeah.
And he just goes like, he just takes off, and he's just going straight up and up and up and up
Does he
and
have
up
a jet trail?
and up. Well, his tabby's like flapping behind him in the wind. And then eventually he does like a big somersault and he comes back down, and it's like he's just like yelling as he like is flying through the air, just like straight in joy. And like he's coming down to like give Telpyrion a high five. Like Telpyrion, you can see it, and he like flies by and he gives you a high five, and you feel like this magical energy kind of like seep into yourself, like the air that is like surrounding him like clings to your hand, and it like covers your entire body, and you feel yourself kind of like feel weightless almost.
As I start to fly, I say, "Sortilèges isn't a word, is it?" And then I'll fly with you.
So are you casting fly on Telpyrion?
Yes, I'm casting it on him as well, and myself.
Okay, yes, because you can add an upcasted level. Yep,
yes.
Perfect. So you guys can both take off right now, as 2 castings of that spell have taken place.
One guy.
Okay, so functionally it's all the same spell.
Yeah,
but gotcha,
I wanted to make
gotcha.
it more
Okay,
simple.
yep, nope, that's
I
totally.
could have high-fived him first.
Yep,
you know,
totally fair game. Totally fair game. Yep. But 1 spell cast. You were circling for a minute or so, got Telpyrion, you guys can lift off. And as soon as you guys take off, Kinsalo's eyes light up, and he just takes to wing 2 to try and follow you guys.
And I'm doing like loop-de-loops around Telpyrion.
I'm like very, very hesitant. But I will say, Jiri, as both your biggest critic and your biggest fan, this is very cool. And I still don't really believe it's happening.
Ooh, Kinsalo, come on, join us. Let's fly around.
I'm struggling to keep up. My wings don't go as fast as your magic.
Yeah, I'm pretty fast.
I will like hover. I'll do like some circles, and then I guess I do want to blast off for a second and try to beat you in a little air race, and then fly back down.
Jiri has a head start, so he wins.
I will let this happen without any contest.
Perfect. Kinsalo's mostly enjoying the sight of you 2 flying around. He tries to keep up where he can, but mostly he's just enjoying the atmosphere. What are the rest of you guys doing as they're kind of floating around flying for a little bit? Recharging some stuff.
I want to ask Rowlett about Alfie while we're walking. Because like they're flying around, like might as well learn a little bit about your little friend. Is it alive? Is it living?
That is a really good question. That's one of the first questions I ever asked my dad. My daddy made some stuff like this back in the shop, but I never really knew. I don't know. I mean, what would you consider something that's alive? You hit it enough, it'll fall apart. It can answer questions, basic ones, but more than a baby could. It follows orders when I give it to it, and I don't know. If I don't talk to it for enough, I think. Oh, you weren't there. I got swallowed whole right before we jumped into the Feywild, and even without me, Alfie here kind of just stood up and did what he normally does. Tried to protect the group. Tried to protect the friends. So I don't know. I can say he wasn't born in the traditional sense, but kind of a spark in my brain at some point jumped out of my head and landed on a piece of metal, and Alfie was born in that way, I guess.
So you are Alfie's creator then? Alfie is not cut from the fabric of this planet?
I would, in not so many words, I'd say yes. I would never take sole credit for the creation of something like this. Alfie's here because my dad taught me things, his dad taught him things, my mom taught me things, and I'm an accumulation of everyone who kind of came before me and taught me stuff. And Alfie's just another kind of branch on a tree, if you pardon the very apt local analogy.
I'm gonna like reach a finger, and my finger will kind of extend out past my body to kind of touch at Alfie, poke at it.
I mean, depending on where you touch it, he won't lean into it like a dog would, but he will definitely turn he's in quad mode right now, so he'll definitely turn his little head towards you and look at your finger just to make sure you're not a threat.
Rome's a little skittish and kind of does that thing that animals do where they back up and kind of eye it with a bit of a side eye, and then she kind of strokes its side.
Alfie will just kind of sit there and stare, and his head will go up and down. I'm sure I built something in where his whole body just vibrates like a purring cat. But no, I mean he's friendly insofar that you're a friend of mine, and he will not attack a friend of mine unless otherwise instructed. But he's more functional than I'd say an emotional compatriot. Training, assisting on the field of battle, and I don't know, assisting in any other searching or recovery or anything like that.
Yes, this Alfie interests me because typically I have a very special connection with the flora and fauna around me, but I cannot form that same connection with this beast. So I'd love to continue to study it further.
Of course, I'd love to. Not in a derogatory way, fill in that blind spot. I know the stuff I work on is not anywhere near the natural magic that you kind of conjure up. So I think I'm gonna go back to my notes a bit. I'm sure we could find some overlap in what we do, and I think we can get some interesting results.
I think so too. Sounds excellent.
Right. Well, as the flying gentlemen resume, are you expending the full duration of this? I can't, because it's 10 minutes, right, for flying?
An hour. I can check real quick.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's an hour though.
But you guys are able to keep
Oh.
moving forward.
God. It's only 10 minutes, but at one point I would want to like fly down to like Toby and be like, Toby, come on, come flying with us. You're the other one, the only other one that can fly.
Yeah,
You're
sure.
muted.
You're muted, Mike. How are you?
Yeah. Well, let me come along. And in their full brilliance, I'll get out my wings.
As you trigger your wings, they seem to have their normal brilliant magenta coloration, but at least for the duration they're out, they take on a more gradiented appearance than usual, almost translucent against the backdrop of the twilight sky. And the gray dematerializing of them seems to just take a little longer than usual.
I will whisper to Rome. You can't fly, can you?
I cannot, unfortunately.
Okay,
I don't
good.
really
we're-
remember how to.
We're better down here anyway. Let the boys be boys.
Touch
And
the
like
sky
a bunch of
by-
reckless college kids, they fly around and do loop-de-loops and
Yes, and Touch the Sky by Kanye West is playing while we're flying around.
sure,
Yeah.
Oh.
perfect.
Alfie is a
Yeah,
boombox at this point.
Perfect. Well, you guys are welcome to continue pursuing forward. Eventually, that duration of 10 minutes will expire as you guys all need to come back. And certainly our Toby Rama will need to touch down much sooner than that. But it did seem to keep you aloft more than the typical minute for some reason this time around.
Jiri
But
will
is there
be
anything else? Yeah.
surpassing the limits of this. He is assuming that he can fly forever now.
Perfect. At some point, are you still high in the air when your duration concludes?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, so at some point, that duration expires, and you suddenly have a sensation of real stomach drop as you are no longer in control of your flight, and you begin to plummet.
You
Did
hear?
you tell me this was gonna happen?
Did I? No. Oh wait, yeah. Are you falling too?
You did.
Yeah.
You would be in this duration.
Like
yeah,
moments
Telperion would
after.
also, both of you together would start to just all of a sudden start to plummet.
My tablet broke ahead.
Jared,
Oh shit! Kinsala goes into a dive after you guys.
where are we? We're high above.
I mean, yeah, you're high
You're
above the branches. You're high in the sky. But Roulette and Rome and Toby Rama at this point look up and you see them plummeting and Kinsalo dive bombing behind them, trying to catch up.
Oh, that's so not going to be in time.
Who's doing what? You guys are plummeting. Like 600 feet. Another 600 feet. Like
I'm gonna-
plummeting.
Oh boy, I didn't think it was gonna happen like this. While we're falling, I'm gonna use all my mental power to shunt myself at Jiri,
Okay.
and I'll
Triggering your psionic flight. Okay. Okay.
so I'll like while falling, try to grip myself, and I guess and find purchase, and I'm just gonna move myself right. I feel like we were I pictured us like parallel doing loop-de-loops when this happened because you didn't warn me it was gonna fall out, and I'll like grab Jiri and start moving us towards where the others are.
Okay. For at least the next 6 seconds of your controlled flight, you can move yourself psionically over toward Jiri, grab him, and start pushing upward, trying to correct for the the velocity with which you guys were moving downward. And you can really get a good lift upward at the very last moment by the time you get to your friends, right as your flight ends and you guys are hurtling right toward the branches where your friends are.
Jiri, I think I just flew.
Well, wait, are we down now? Are we
No.
like
Yeah,
at the branches?
He said we're by them now.
Oh, okay.
You have not landed yet, have you?
Oh, did he?
You guys are hurtling toward your friends on the branches. You're still
as
moving
we're
downward.
falling, as we're
Yeah.
falling, I say to Jiri, as I gripped him, I say, Jiri, I think I just flew. And then I'll burn a side
Wait,
eye.
I'm flying. What are you
No,
talking about?
I think I flew. And then I'll
Oh,
burn
no, I saw you.
and
And
then
now
I'll-
we're falling.
then I'll burn a side eye to do it again and fly, like, try to land and get to the, because I got 80 feet of flight from there, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Wherever we
with
are.
that, there's enough corrective action you can do to slow your speed at this reckless speed you're approaching your friends with. And I do still need an acrobatics check from both of you, just with how much velocity you picked up on your fall. But this is going to dramatically reduce it. That's very good.
Acrobatics check.
Yes.
Toby's doing some like heavy sprinting to try and assess where they're gonna land and be ready for first aid.
14.
Roulette is,
Both
roulette
of
is
you-
not moving.
Both of you do still like impact and roll and tumble as you make contact with the branches of Galathor, but you were able to slow your speed significantly, so you only take half of 11 damage. You each take 5 bludgeoning damage as you guys just skid and tumble and then kind of essentially land feet from your allies standing on Galathor.
The fuck was that, guys?
That's very
I don't
small.
know.
Telperion, Kinsalo catches up from behind, not able to have caught you guys. Telperion, did Jiri cast his magic again? It almost looked like you changed you guys' momentum.
Yes, I saved us.
I hold out my hand to high five Kinsalo.
He confusedly gives you a high five and he's like, "What'd you do?"
I'll help Jiri up. And I'll say, we did our, we're fine.
Did we fly too high? What happened? That was crazy.
And I want to think to Kinsalo, I don't want to take this from him, but yes, I did just fly. But he hears that.
You see him just like jaw drop a little bit and, holy shit.
We should probably keep moving because we're on like an instant
Are
plane.
you guys
Well
okay?
done.
Right.
Glad you didn't crash into the depths below. Be a little more careful that time, and that means a lot coming from me. Yeah, take it easy, guys. Holy shit.
Baby steps.
But
Jiri.
that was badass.
It seems as though I still can't fly forever, but I can fly now. So progress has been made.
That's a big improvement.
One thing to check off my list of important things to do. I'm halfway done with it, guys. This is crazy.
want to hear all about this
Toby's
bit.
behind Jiri, patting him down and like assessing. Oh, that's where he got hurt, and so I'll do a healing word on Jiri, which has a minimum of 5. So you're back to full.
Yeah. So you fully heal.
Yes.
And then I'll
Yep.
start approaching Telperion like, oh my god, you guys, what in the
Stop it!
world?"
Don't hit this. It's fine. Don't worry.
I'm gonna whisper to Rolette. Sounds like you need to add Timekeeper to your list of devices to create for these two, to ensure they don't fall out of the sky
At the
again.
exact same moment you say that, I say, Roulette, how long do you think we were up there?
I don't know. Check Alfie. He's got the ticker in him. But Rome, seriously, I know. Thank you.
That's weird. I'll probably be able to fly twice as much next time.
But
I thought we did pretty well for our first time.
Yeah. Next time, I'm gonna go straight up as high as I can go for a really long time.
It's gonna kill you.
Jiri, just tell me next time you're doing that, and I just give me a heads up if that's the plan for the day. I can make sure I have something ready to help.
yeah.
Yeah, I might be interested in transforming next time too, just for morale support, nothing else.
Okay.
A chaperone would be much appreciated up in the air with him. Then
Okay, sounds good. I'm too tired and thirsty right now to do it again, but I want want you guys all to know, Jiri is no longer going to be walking Jiri. He will be flying Jiri from this day forward.
So will that mean you can carry things now because you won't have to walk them around?
No, of course not.
Jiri, in the back of your head, you hear a voice creep into your mind that says, Jiri, I do not wish to scoff at your newfound competency in the air, but that was reckless. We still have a journey to complete. Take care of yourself. I can only do so much.
Oh, sorry, Dad. I'll be better next time.
Very well.
Jerry says that like out loud.
I'm used to that.
I feel like Telperian's the only one who doesn't get caught off guard by that anymore.
Oh, I literally was just like, oh, that's what he does. And it's not his dad.
Okay, sure, whatever. And then Jerry will like fix his tabby and like roll it back up and like put it down the front again to reposition it.
Perfect.
Okay, well, I guess I'll be walking for a little bit. But imagine that I'm flying right now, okay?
Perfect. Well, you guys continue to walk down the branching pathways all toward the center. There's not much navigation that needs to take place as the portal opened you up onto one of the most far out branches, and all you guys need to do is continue inward toward this central trunk that seems to be rapidly approaching. What once looked like it was dozens and dozens of miles away now seems to be 10 miles away, and you've only been walking for some half an hour-ish. So you guys are making great progress for what might have, according to distance, indicated a hours and hours and hours and hours long journey. Is there anything anyone else wants to do in your approach?
I will get a spell slot back though, using Verlet's item.
The spell refueling signet
ring.
ring. Perfect. You are able to do so at 3rd level. Yes.
I think
Yep.
I think I'm gonna do the same for my healing word I used.
Using your harness divine power.
I am indeed harnessing power of divinity.
I think Telperian is just beaming like crazy. And he goes over to Kinsalo and he like leans in, but instead of whispering, he thinks in Kinsalo's head. He's like, yes, I definitely flew a good amount there. And I'll just like give him another like grippy high five.
He absolutely gives you that back and says,
Okay, so
that's incredible. I know we talked about that at one point. Can't believe you were able to pull it off so quickly. We'll have to test that out someday. Soon, I hope.
I'm game.
okay, so theatrics and all aside, as brilliant as they were, Aeolus mentioned we could choose where we wanted to end up, and it seems like we're getting there a lot faster than I thought we might have. Are we gonna try and go to the Tiarlin like was intended, or do we want to go Telperian to your people, or could we go just right back to Kilodine to return Kinsalo? No, that's...
We have to go somewhere where there's an elvish enchantment of protection called a mythal. And there are mythals around the different homes of the houses of the Ithalinge.
Within the Emrin.
The Nimberthil, where my family lives, the Nimberthil are my family, and we live in the Moonset Grove in Crestwood. So we could go there.
Do we
or
want
we could go to Tiarlin, which would be closer to Kilodine.
It's closer to Kilodine, but we might have even more on your behalf, and this is maybe meant to be posed only to you, but I feel like the whole group needs to be a part of this. If we arrived at your home, I think maybe we would have more security, and I don't know if they would provide us with easier access to move through the Emmerin, and I don't know if we could get more security, or if we just want to show up with the Tiarlan and be like, oh, you guys know the Nimberthil of the Moonset Grove. Is it okay if we head out from here? That seems a little more tentative.
And to be honest, I would just personally, being this close to home, I would prefer just to go, like, if we went to the Tiarlan, which is what I thought we were going to have to do, I was just going to ask for aid traveling to the Moonset Grove, because my family will help us in a lot of ways. And then we can leave and drop Kinsalo off back in Kilo D
Because
with aid.
So if that had been the plan, we would have been going somewhat north before going further south again. So we're cutting out that first
This
leg.
would save us time, and we'd just go straight to that destination. It would bring me much ease to check in at home. I haven't been easy since you tried to communicate with Minerva and she couldn't get the message or didn't respond.
And I very much empathize with being able to revisit home. Is I would not persuade you to ignore that.
Well, I also think, Kinsalo and I have been speaking, and part of our work in Creatia was to, not Creatia, Chimeras, was to forge some connection. And if we can treat Kinsalo here as a liaison to the Birdkin, one who has the ears of an elf, the disposition, the biology of an elf, I think we'll make great success in that general goal and go back to King Mordecai with much more than just the simple potential friendship of the elves that I had alluded to, but potentially more.
That also just seems better of appearing with your family before branching out to the other clans about being more friendly with Chimeras, as opposed to just landing the Tiarlan and we've just got you, but then there's also this bird folk adjacent thing, and I think that it makes a lot of sense to.
The fewer people we have to persuade about good intent, the better. And walking straight into the Moonset Grove will be advantageous. Not to mention if we can save ourselves the trouble of traveling in the Emerin for some time. Do you all agree, or am I being too strong-willed here?
I think this also, Kinsalo, a big question for you. Also, Rome, we're getting ready to enter a new plane. I don't know if you have preference. It seems, I know you've had some trouble with remembering since we first found you.
I think I missed the first part of what you said. What was? How did you lead that in?
Well, just we're about to enter into a different plane, and as far as I can tell, this is the only one you have memory of at this current time. Do you have a preference? We're planning to go somewhere where one of us has family. That seems to me to be a safer option. I don't know if you wanted to weigh in, if you felt like you...
I do not have a preference, as I need to speak to the Great Tree first. I have an internal conflict that I need to resolve.
Of course.
Telperion, as far as list of options go, there's your place, there's your family's place, the other, I forget
the Tiarlan, the Forest Watch in common.
So Moonset Grove, Forest Watch. Are there any other places even on our list of possibilities where these mithrils might exist? Mithrals.
Well, there is Mythals. So, there are like 7 houses of the Ithilwinge, so there's several different locations. I hesitate to venture this because I am not sure of the Mythals there, but we left the people of Forest Hollow protected by a Mythal.
I was gonna ask that if that kind of
That was
mysterious.
not one of my people's mythals, although this tree surely doesn't care about Ithilwinge versus potentially Alealor.
You would think that, just Telperion, as you're saying that, you feel confidence in your statement that, yeah, this tree wouldn't care about Alealor versus Ithilwinge. However, a sneaking thought in your mind does come up that you might be hard pressed to name that destination.
Roulette, I think that wouldn't be advised. I don't even know the name of those ruins. And I couldn't even speak, we can't say the ruins nearby Falls Hollow, which would mean nothing to this tree. So I think
No, I think the Moonset Grove of the Ithilwinge is probably the safest, most reliable destination, and anywhere else is gonna.
There's something I very much don't want you to forget. What you just said. It's not the Sunset Grove.
I said Moonset.
I know. So I'm a moon elf, right? You know this?
Okay, we're gonna pause really quick. Roulette has never made this mistake.
Oh my gosh, you've said it so many times I didn't know that. I thought she
Roulette-
made a mistake. almost.
Yeah, no, Roulette has never made it. That was
Roulette
Steve
has-
once upon a time texting me it, and yeah,
Oh,
Steve.
Well, Steve says it to me constantly, so I
I
did
constantly
Roulette
make that
mistake.
joke. No, Roulette knows what she's
Okay.
talking about.
Sorry, then I don't say that.
To the Moonset Grove, where the Sun Elves are.
See? He
Perfect.
did it again!
Perfect.
Rome, do you need I don't know, privacy of a sort for whatever communing you're doing, or do we need to get to the center of the tree? I don't know how kind of this thing would work.
I would like to use the great tree as an attempt to make connection with something greater than all of us. I don't necessarily need privacy to do this, though. You all wouldn't be able to understand what the tree says back to me. From what I am, if I can communicate in the way that I think I'm going to communicate with it, but I'm not really quite sure.
Of course. Yeah, of course. I'd say if you want, just give me a heads up before you're gonna attempt whatever it is you're gonna attempt. I might be able to, I don't know, I don't know exactly how your magic works, but bolster at least the basis of whatever your magic is and help you out in whatever you're attempting.
Absolutely, I would be very grateful. I do have another question. Telperion has mentioned Mythal a few times now, and I can't seem to recall what exactly.
Yeah, Rome, go ahead and make a wisdom check. Actually, I'm going to let you... Let's do a wisdom saving throw at this point with advantage because of how often this has come up.
Oh.
19. Yeah, something about that word. Mythal. You almost feel like that's a identification, not just a ritual, but maybe your memory's hazy, but aren't you a Mythal? No, that's not right. There's something there. You can't quite place exactly this connection, but Rome brings into her mind a connection of there's something to that word that matters to you.
I want level 9. I want level 9.
I feel like my mind is kind of going in a lot of different directions, and maybe it's showing on my face, maybe it's not. In like twitches and yeah. I feel like I'm not necessarily entirely present at the moment.
Well, Rome, how about we proceed a bit further, at least towards the center of the tree? Apparently we might be getting visited by some guardian, so I'd say let's just eyes open, ears out, and let's just, I guess, keep walking this way for now.
Well, you guys continue walking. MJ, I think we have that, and I think I have that buried in my notes. I don't immediately know it right this moment.
Okay, Telperion would know it, and that's what we're gonna say when we go through.
Understood. Yeah, understood.
Nobody asked my opinion, but I think we should go to Javan. I think you should say Javan. We got plenty of mythals there. Mythals, whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
My sister's gonna be so much nicer to you than I am. Don't you want to meet the nice version of me?
Oh, and then tell her you're the better sibling. No, wait. Tell her she's the better sibling.
Right, unless you want to start a war. But anyway.
A war?
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You could ask my mom for a gift or something.
Oh,
she's a queen of the elves.
Okay, I do want to meet your parents. So, okay, now I'm on board.
Oh.
How does Telperion react with the P word?
Which P word?
Yeah, remind me.
Parents.
In plural.
You want an insight check?
Can I insight check to see if he reacts to the P word?
I really want you to get that 20 so I can just say the truth.
Oof. Wait, hold on.
You both want to? Go for it.
Jerry was there too.
I said parents, right? What did I say?
Parents.
No, parents, plural.
Yeah.
You never talk about your dad, is why I'm asking that. It's fine.
Nothing crazy. You don't see anything crazy on my face. I don't look like I'm. Neither of you, even with you, you don't think I'm holding anything back.
Yeah.
You could.
Tell us about your parents.
My father's name is Mathros. He's a general of the armies of Ithawinge. He's taught me everything, and I've lost his sword, so that's not going to be great.
Right.
He's not a Crescent Knight, but yeah. And my mother, her name is Tenufea, and she is the queen of my people. I'll teach you the proper Elvish title for that when we're closer to meeting her. She is terrifying. Do not be jeery to her.
Don't be jeery. Who should I be then? I can be an actor.
Can you be
I'll
nice?
act as somebody else.
Act as nice and polite, Jiri. And don't try to tell her stories of Jarland right away.
But she might want to know about Jarland.
Why don't you wait till you've met her and talked with her a few times? Anyway, we can talk. I will just tell them some generic details as we're moving towards the tree.
Pause. Spell your parents' names.
I will
us.
write them for
if
you.
If they're real, you'll know how to spell their name.
Jiri's like, this is a gotcha moment.
So close, Roulette. Don't you know the th sound in Elvish?
I got Tenufel right though.
DH
yeah,
is
did.
DH is TH in Elvish.
Sure.
Galathor.
Galathor. I got that before. Yeah.
Yep. And the Ithilwinge is the formal title of his race of people.
What's my mom's proper title? Elreem?
Yeah, you quickly recall that it is Erinil.
So she would be called,
it is a genderless title for the regent of your people.
Yeah, Telperion, how do we know you're actually a prince? What if we show up and you're just like a random elf and nobody knows you?
No, Telperion, let's work this out. Let's do what if.
Wait,
let's do what if.
How about this? I'll bet you 100 gold that I'm a prince.
It's a tough bet. I think Toby wanted to make that bet, not me.
I think over the entire campaign, my passive insight has led me to believe intrinsically Telperion on this matter. So I will not be making that bet.
Listen, you're going to hear me scolded by a king and queen of Elvish people. You will. I think you'll see very quickly I'm not lying.
So what give us a laundry list of things that you weren't supposed to be doing. We wouldn't bring them up or anything like that.
Roulette is walking. Roulette is walking away.
Yeah, you guys are all free to continue your pursuit. And noticeably, the kind of slow descending terrain toward the center of the tree trunk's top is rapidly approaching. It's like a mile away now. And you can see off in the distance now the hollow core of it that was referenced by Aeolas. It seems to, all the wood seems to transition downward and disappear into a pit. But that is all still.
We're like on top.
You're on the
of
top
tree.
tree branches, walking down slowly toward the center of this tree. And you have the best view imaginable. But unless there's anything else, you guys will quickly approach the center of the tree.
Coperian is getting a little panicked. He's like, oh my god, I'm about to bring Jajiri and Jaland into the home of Ithawinge. What the hell am I doing?
And in no more than a few minutes, you approach the massive hollow core opening of Galathor's top of its trunk that seems to just spiral inward into a endless pit into the center of this plane. Who knows?
Are we supposed to just jump in? Is it like sloped or is it a hole?
It is a hole.
Jiri, you want to lead?
Aeolas said simultaneous. We have to jump in. I think this might be an appropriate hand-holding time. Telperion, can we rely on you? You are going to say Moonset Grove or however you say it in Elvish?
Yeah, yes, you can rely on me. But also, I'll teach it to you. And I do say the name of the Moonset Grove in Elvish to them, just in case they need to be able to say it.
I'll get out a little piece of paper and phonetically write it.
6 copies, please. Is there like a lip we can walk up to?
Yeah, absolutely. There's like a bramble of like twisting roots, or not roots, but branch work that is almost like at the top of this thing has like blossomed outward. So it's a little difficult terrain, but yeah, you guys can all absolutely move up to the top of this crown where you guys could potentially leap from. Looking down from that elevation, you can also see just sparkles of light throughout that whole tunnel downward.
I will want to do an actual perception check, but I also I know this is likely not the case, but I picture like an airport terminal where just groups of people are jumping into the center at a time, as this is like the hub of transportation. But I do want to actually see if there's anyone pursuing us.
Perception check.
Approaching the tree from other ways.
People just shouting airport codes. ATL.
Yeah.
Better inaudible. With a 15, you scan the horizon. There doesn't seem to be a single living soul up here. No creatures along the way, no other people. And this may not be a hub of transportation, so to speak, but a highly guarded opportunity for travel to another plane. This is not something... Who knows if creatures with a flying speed can get up here without magic preventing their ascent. You guys are at a fairly highly guarded location, but you do not see any form of any beings nearby across the landscape.
Rome, did you want to do your tree talk now or inside or after, or when were you trying to do that talking to the tree?
I would assume that we like to get closer to the center, so we'd probably have to keep going down, right? Or
Well,
at
you
least
would think this is as center as you can get before
Oh,
leaping
really?
into a vacuous pit into who knows where.
I think that
Okay.
center is the actual doorway. So I think this might be your best bet.
Okay. Can I? All right, then I will kind of like shuffle to the side a little bit and put my hands on the trunk or the center and cast speak with plants.
As I see her going to do that, I'm going to take out a little wire mesh headset looking thing and slip it over her ears on the back of her head. It starts humming and it feels warm, and I'm going to cast Enhance ability using Owl's Wisdom so that you have advantage on all wisdom. I think just wisdom-based checks.
Yeah, I think all wisdom-based ability checks.
Uh,
Rome, tell us how you are triggering your Speak with Plants spell in this moment.
So I'm gonna use my cape as my spellcasting focus to cast this, and like again, like try and make as many connections with the tree, I guess like the wood, as many as I can to form a like surging connection with this and get as close as I can to it.
The second you kind of ingrain yourself with the tree and speak and cast your spell, a sudden surge of energy rushes through you like nothing you felt before. Your Speak with Plants spell is having unintended power, and everyone around you can see what's happening, almost like this source of energy of this Aurora Borealis branching like network you guys are walking on just surges into you all of a sudden, like you are a conduit receiving an enormous amount of power, possibly too much. The energies of the tree just surge into you with your spell's touch and react wildly, whirling around you and filling your mind with their power. Your eyes even go blind for a moment, and they see glowing color of twilight emerging from your eyes, radiating the color of the Feywild. You are somewhat locked in place now. Your hand, your cape, your roots, all tethered to the Eltree's branches. And your spell seems to almost be exploding out of your control, and its power grows beyond its normal tier of magic, transmuted into a different sort of spell. After about a few seconds of this sensation, your eyes come back to normalcy, and the magic coursing with you becomes more manageable for you. Galathor, the Eltree, which you have just engaged in interaction, does not speak, and yet you get the sense that a connection has been made, and it seeks to answer what questions you have, at least while its magic lingers within you. You have unintentionally cast the spell Commune with the Galathor Eltree, availing you 3 questions to be answered to the best of its ability, within its knowledge.
Okay, but it doesn't speak, so I guess the way in which
Who knows how it will answer your questions.
Okay, so to the best of my ability, I'm going to like express my intention towards the tree of like what I'm seeking, and like what I say is like, I guess that intention I'm trying to communicate non-verbally.
Absolutely.
Mighty Galathor, Mother, Gaia, Creator, I call out to you to ask you to lend me your wisdom. I have awoken in a new time in a mysterious way. I am lacking my memories of past lives and experience, which I have leaned on to guide me. I have worked to knit together the pieces that are left besides my instinctual self, but have fallen short of making complete connections. I don't even remember who I am, save my name and my instincts. Through my meditation, I have identified that my journey has many paths. When I meditate and focus my intention through my third eye and look within myself and into the infinitum of the cosmos, I am afraid for the first time that I am unsure as to which direction to turn. Do I stay in the Fae and continue my work here, or do I aid these other beings who freed me from the dreams within my vessel? I feel compelled to go in many directions at once and to split my soul, knowing full well it is impossible for me to do so. Even though I'm lacking my full mind, I know that I need direction and seek your help in retrieving it. In your primordial wisdom, please provide me with the guidance to see clearly and create my path forward so as to to fulfill my purpose in this time and place.
Rome, as you have been speaking these words, your voice ceased to be in common or elvish or anything other than a language that Tobirama alone understood. Tobirama, you heard Rome speak all of that to Galathor, the L tree, perhaps indicating some level of its origination. Rome, as you release this intent to gather information, wisdom, guidance from Galathor, almost seeking to answer your questions in 3 answers of its own choosing. Once more, your eyes shine brightly of twilight color, multi-prismatic sprays of amber and reddish brown and amaranthine and violet and magenta. And your eyes, within your blinded vision, you have a vision. You see a forest landscape, but a portion is withered, burnt, in a different realm, less vibrant and full of prismatic grandeur than this plane of fairy, but still beautiful in its simplicity. That place deserves protecting, and the tree seems to be suggesting a connection there. And your memory recalls that type of environment aligns with the last time I saw Odion, my ally, long, long ago. That was on that plane, not here. Then another vision takes your mind. This one far grander. Almost like staring up into the cosmos, an impossibly graceful and breathtaking elven being. Impossible to discern their true features for the intensity of rainbow light radiating from their long golden hair. Reaches into the earth of fairy, pulls earth, sky, flame from the ever-setting sun, and water from the twinkling beaches, pushes them into the earth, and you hear a voice call out, "Guard the firstborn with your very lives, however you can, my children. To this oath I bind thee, Mythaline, with primal chaos. Teach them to use their own mythal magics, so they might protect themselves, but never fall from their sides." And in this moment, you know why that word mythal was familiar to you. Your creator, your progenitor god, Corellin Lorethian, created a mixture of binding elves to the chaos elements of the Feywild and created Mythaline, ancient protectors of various elemental makeup, the first mythal rituals to ever exist. And then your vision fades from that cosmos and a final vision takes your mind. But it's almost as if your eyes return to their normal state. And you turn to look at the party members standing beside you. You look at the Avariel individual, Insalo, one of both bird folk and elven ancestry, just like Odion, like the Aasimar of Akkadi's ancient lineage. You see Telperion, a pure-blooded elf outright, clear descendant of the firstborn elves of this plane, though distant across eras and eras of evolution and change. You see Jiri, but his skin is almost translucently blue, almost like letting you see past him into the backdrop of this Feywild sky. You see Roulette, who, although humanity is somewhat rather unassuming and plain here in these wilds, has a uniquely surprising natural glow about her here in your current vision. Her hair taking on a golden sheen and her eyes flashing with chaotic whim for just a moment. And behind all of them, you see Tobirama. Perhaps in a classical sense, the most unassuming human in stature and force of will out of these party members amongst you. But in this light, you see him standing taller, straighter, with regal bearing and glowing eyes and absolutely radiant wings of pure, unadulterated twilight, spreading out behind him, 20 feet to each side, engulfing the sky behind him in his exquisite violets and magentas, indigos and ambers. The winged Tobirama seems to quickly dominate your focus, as Galathor seems to be indicating something compelling and convincing of all of these individuals' journey. And Tobirama, this one who seems committed to balance in some way, even if driven in different ways than you are. And though he might be naive and unaware in his youth, carries more meaning than perhaps he realizes. These people, this child almost, will need guidance and protection. And all of a sudden you are let go as the spell concludes and you are almost drained of your energy for a moment before stilling your heart and coming back to your senses.
I feel the need to continue to monologue for a moment, just because that was
Sure.
such a powerful experience.
Is it improving like crazy?
I've been tempted to return to the chaos of nature and give my soul to the creatures and beings who inhabit it, so that they may weather the storm of shifting winds as I have foreseen as I peer into the world in front of us. However, I also feel compelled to remain with these creatures, Telperion, Rowlett, Jiri, Kinsalo, and most curious, Tobirama, and aid them in their journey, my journey, our journey, as we face the cosmic destructive forces of the world together as the constructive energy propelling into the restorative direction of balance and peace. With your guidance and spiritual blessing, I believe I have my answer. I will move forward with these mortal souls, lay my magic before them not only as a means of protection, but as a show of natural force as I harness the chaotic energy of nature, the laws that govern the perceived randomness of this world, and become my full self. I will continue to use my demiurgic gift as sustainer and maintainer of the unseen threads that tie together the physical and spiritual worlds, and do my part in holding together the pieces of the collective consciousness that connects every living thing in creation. I will follow my path without hesitation, and if I find myself without a path, I will look within myself as the daughter of the world itself, made of the very particles that make up all things, and allow the answer to come to me. I owe it to my creator to fulfill this purpose and to reach my greatest potential. Thank you, mighty Galathor.
Almost in response, in an approval of a way, a very small piece of wood in front of you splits, and a slowly growing, ethereal, intangible branch of Galathor, like all of the light branches around you, reaches out towards you, and from it, a glowing mote of light dangles from it as it is offering you its due.
I let my hand out and kind of like create like a wooden wicker sort of basket to capture the dew.
As soon as you do, it drops into it, and you have a drop, a dew of Galathor, which you can add to your inventory. And you feel now that sensation of magical connection recede, seemingly very successful.
Seemingly.
Rome, you okay over there? Did you conversation go well?
Yes, I that was very much needed. Ever since you all woke me from what I believe is many, many years inside my vessel, I required some guidance and recalibration, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to such a mighty being as this great tree, the El Tree. And I believe that I have the answer that I need to continue with you all on this journey. Wherever you all must go, I will follow.
That's wonderful, and I'm glad you're okay after such a dramatic display of natural magic over there. All right, Telperion, do you want to take front and center and start holding hands before we make this jump?
Oh, sure. Right. What just happened?
Was that Alex? Was that last bit also audible? And I don't know if this is a Chris thing. In the same
she was
Celestial?
saying out loud, yes, anything she was saying out loud to the tree was automatically changed. In Speak with Plants, typically you're not speaking common to them, you're engaging them with their language, their natural language. Same with Speak with Animals. Whatever that magic was forcing that conversation into Celestial, which Rome understood the visions without needing to understand audible language. But unbeknownst to perhaps even her, you just heard her speaking Celestial, and you heard all of it.
Okay, I need to fucking rewatch this immediately after.
Telperion, what did she say?
I don't speak that language.
Oh man, I guess we'll never know.
I recognize at least that it was not like I've heard him sing
Celestial you've heard him Toby Rama speak and sing Celestial before. Celestial has an odd property where even speaking it causes their voice to resonate with melody and extra beauty unmistakably. Yes, it was clear she was speaking Celestial, even if you don't understand the language.
I think that they will tell us what they spoke in time. But for now, what matters is that, and I'll hold my hand out to Rome. They'd like to join us?
I wrap a vine around his arm and allow him to pull me forward. So.
And then I'll hold out my other hand and
I'm
reaching for Kinsalo, actually, but sure.
Right here, pal.
Yes.
You get Kinsalo's other hand, and then we'll walk forward together. Ooh.
All right,
Roulette, you got Alfie.
Take care of
Roulette,
us.
Roulette will be on the end with Alfie's claw in her hand.
Okay. Do you guys all want to arrange yourself here on the map where you're leaping from?
It's so fucking funny. We're going the other side of me. Then Rome can go to my right. Wait, that's where Rome is.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, and then Kinsala's next to Jiri. That's important.
Okay, let's do a little bit of
Right on. Yeah, wait.
this.
Alright,
Here,
yeah,
hang on. Oh shit.
Wait,
Well,
okay.
that works.
Telperion, you go first.
I haven't moved. I just moved myself one time. Switch Kinsalo and Jiri, and then that's it.
No, that's good. Just Toby's gotta go down one.
Yeah, but no, you're next to me.
No, I thought you grabbed Kinsalo. You said
I tried to grab Kinsalo, and then you grabbed my hand instead. that's how I read it. And then you got Kinsalo's hand, and I'm jealous.
Oh, okay.
That's perfect.
Toby will have been the last to join.
I'm just gonna scoot you guys over just so that I can get you all next to each other. There we go.
Toby.
Shadow Monkey's with me still.
Toby will
Oh,
have
perfect. That's a good question. Does
Ooh.
that last through a long rest? Is the
Oh
thing?
no, it's gone. It's gone. Never mind.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Sorry about that.
That was
No,
Shadow.
it's all good. It's all good.
But as you guys slowly move forward together, intent to leap into this pit, this hollow core in the center of Galathur, the Eld Tree, high above the rest of the Plane of Fairy, what do you all do?
Toby's doing a head count. We got everyone? Are we good? Okay. Yep. 6. That's right. 6 and Alfie. Okay, good.
Sound off.
Are we concerned that some of us won't make it all to the same destination?
No, I think
I am quite firm in
I don't
the
think
connection.
They would split the party, but
We all have to say the same thing.
no, I'm
No,
gonna.
I no.
say it.
Telperion says it out loud. Says it for all of us.
There's
So I can't say anything, right?
Don't say anything, please, God. Don't say anything. If we got separated, we are meeting in the Moonset Grove of the Ithilwinge. And just if any elf gave you trouble, tell them you are heading there to meet Tenufael upon the invitation of Telperion Moonsong. And that should get you far. But I don't think we'll be separated. That would be
Just remember the
World
flash.
Wizard.
Remember the flashcards that Toby handed out.
Yes.
I'm not worried on that end. There's
I think
there's
we'll
a
be fine.
serious connection here that I don't doubt will hold true.
I like that we're in a line holding hands saying this all. I will say also, I'm hoping I have a moment to explain a couple key things of the Ithilwinge before we arrive. If we arrive anywhere, don't talk to anyone until I've told you like 4 things, and then we'll be good. That's all.
Understood.
Goodbye, Galathor. Thank you for your time, your magic. Goodbye, Remnus.
On your count, Telperion.
Oh, sure. 3, 2, 1. And then I'll say the Moonset, in Elvish, I'll say the Moonset Grove, home of the Ithilwinge.
As you all jump and fall and state your intended destination, you see a shimmer cycle, like purple coloration, spiral down the entirety of this hollow core, and you all begin to fall. Just the ridges of the tree rapidly rising next to you. And you've been falling for 30 seconds, a minute. And all of a sudden, a surge of color within the center, light coalescing into the form of a creature, translucent, falling with you. And amidst its form, a small metal object, buoyant, levitating within it, and slowly seems to situate toward part of this creature's form. And you see a flash throughout the creature as this metal mask has just bound the energies of this twilight creature, and it takes form. As you all continue to fall. You all continue to fall, this creature flapping its wings, falling with you, hovering. From whence do thou travel, with presumption to walk between planes?
What language is this?
Common. You all are all hearing it, at least.
He said,
and
"From where do we
understanding it.
travel?"
And it noticeably, its mouth is not moving. It is just resonantly, telepathically entering all of your minds. Yes, from whence do you travel, seeking to walk between planes?
That means from where do we travel? We travel from the Feywild, seeking the moonset grove of the Ithilwinge. With presumption,
Very
yes.
well. Very well. Disrupt my form, and I will allow you to pass.
Oh, fuck.
And as this thing takes flight, while you are all currently falling,
It's like a Mario Party well.
I was gonna say that. It's
yeah.
it is like the Mario Party. Well, I need one of you
Oh,
to
fuck.
you guys can discuss amongst yourselves. I need one of you to roll a d20.
Oh.
I have the worst luck of all of us, and I'm not rolling anything.
Anyone else can roll. Wait, Tim should do it because I can watch his roll in person.
Oh, I can't. That's too much pressure.
I haven't been rolling well, so.
I want to.
Okay.
Do it.
Yes.
We
Kobe.
need a bold leader.
And I
you
want
take
to
it.
I want to roll physically. I'm not going to because I need
Yes,
this
I
documented.
I
yeah.
do need this to be on Roll20.
Oh my god, wait, is this the time roll?
You guys
I
are
think
currently
this is the exit
shifting
roll.
planes. I need you to roll a d20,
Uh,
Kennedy.
Okay, I have a medallion luck point ready to go. I have 2 points of inspiration ready to go.
I'm going to say this is not an ability check. Luck will not apply. Inspiration absolutely can apply.
But we
Understood.
don't know what to do.
The amulet goes
Okay.
cold.
Okay. And roll.
Okay. An 8 has been rolled. That matters unless you choose to use an inspiration to roll again, gaining the more advantageous roll, whatever number that is.
So you will choose which you will on our
He's gonna take the
behalf.
better one.
Yeah, you're gonna
Not
take the
me.
better
The
one.
magic of the Feywild will possibly
Yeah.
give you an advantageous interpretation of time.
Okay.
I'll use one of mine. Yes, reroll.
Oh, you're okay. Tim.
Yeah, I'll
Tim,
use
okay.
mine. Yeah.
When you're
And roll.
Okay. Understood.
nothing has mattered more
In life.
in our
And at this
lives.
point, I don't know that we're going to have time to do this tonight unless you guys want to push on, but at this moment, we would be rolling initiative.
Oh. I'm
Do we want to do this tonight or do we want to pick up from here
I'm
next time?
honestly ready to go.
None of us have to work tomorrow.
Well,
I have to say this is my favorite thing you have ever shown us in all of this campaign. This fucking creature is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I am so turned on.
It is no, it's like above everything you've shown us in this entire campaign. It is my favorite.
I knew
thing.
it was from that crit. I was 4 seconds away from going to look at it.
I thought this is what you were referring to, but you said its name wrong.
This is
I
my
think you called it
favorite
an
thing ever.
Archon or something like that.
Okay.
Oh.
So we're
Initiative.
We're rolling initiative.
Initiative is happening right now. Okay.
Oh my god.
I gotta pee. Give me that fucking 14, baby.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Because I'm going before roulette. That's all that matters.
Ah!
Roll the 18. Oh, it rolled a fucking 21. It doesn't matter what we roll.
Oh, yeah. We're fine.
Adrenaline.
Solemn.
I need a
It's all
drink.
good.
I need a drink.
When it spoke to us, it said disrupt my form. Did I hear that correctly?
I think it wants us to beat the shit out of it.
Yes.
Disrupt my form, and you will be given permission to pass.
Are we all peeing and like?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, this is actually, this is good break because I'm going to go say night to Mary since she's going to bed, and then we'll come back to this fight. Be right back.
your kid.
This is what we're about to fight as we exit the Fey realm.
Oh, good God, and someone rolled it too.
For initiative, yeah. Oh, for the monster! Oh, wait, but it has. I don't know. Oh my god.
Needs beer, needs water, needs blood. Dude, this episode of fucking whirlwind. Amazing.
Shelby, are you ready for this dope team up?
I am just so not even worried about the roll that just happened because my mind is so like focused on everything that you just fucking did.
Toby's the main character.
Dude, Toby is the main character.
Toby's Harry Potter. Yes.
You're the chosen one.
Exactly what the story needed.
That really threw me. I have some capitalized notes going on right now. Also, did you say you're demiurgic?
Yeah.
Dude, I wrote that down.
So what a cool word.
Right? So demiurges are like they like maintain the there's like multiple interpretations of what they are, but the interpretation that I'm aligning with is that they like maintain the structure of the universe.
I knew you had to have some Elvish juice because you spoke Elvish.
Yeah, man.
Elvish juice. Let's see if I can get back on my other computer.
They juiced an elf and then, mixed it up.
Yep. Can you be put to sleep by magic?
Me?
Yeah. Like if someone casts sleep on you, could you resist it automatically?
That is like what I was wondering about. Was Rome someone before she took on this mantle?
Sounds like not.
Magic can't put me to sleep. No.
You probably also had advantage to being charmed.
Yes, and you now recall your core self, your race, if you can call it that, to be Mythaline.
Chris, you like slayed those visions. Those were so vivid.
What the fuck?
Thank you.
God.
Very excited about those. All right, let's fight an Adronach.
Jesus Christ.
We're not.
All right.
Rome, just do that thing where you talk to it and calm it down.
How does moving work here?
Yeah, what?
We shall see. Give me a second to copy a thing that I need.
I think I wasted a whole spell playing around before this.
Good thing you tempted Toby into using his wings before this. Look at Steve. I love his
that is my number one thing on my initiative order. Do I feel like I could still use my wings?
Oh, I see.
Let me get back to this. Okay, we're good to go. So it goes first. That's fun.
That's great.
Meteor storm.
Oh, line.
Its
I'm rolling
wings
6
beat,
right now.
and in each flap of its wings, you can see just multicolored twilight and stars deep in the recesses of the infinite expanse of the sky, all contained in its wings. And as you look closer, some of those stars are getting brighter
Get rid of
and
that.
bigger,
Burn it.
and multiple forces of bolts, arcane starlit bolts, fly out and spiral, almost like a way more devastating version of the magic missile you've seen conjured from Alfie multiple times. As it selects, I'm going to say the 3 creatures most central, Kinsalo, Jiri, and Telperion in this moment with its force bolts. I need the 3 of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Are you
I
really
will
good at
kill you the
those?
next time you say that word. That
Those are
phrase
your
to me.
specialty, right?
I rolled a 7.
This one's 8. 8. Well, I rolled a 6.
8 fails, 6 fails. I need Kinsalo to roll.
I re-rolled the inspiration. I rolled a 2.
19 is a success.
Hey.
Kinsalo only takes half at 13 damage. But Jiri and Telperion, you take 26 force damage, unless you can reduce that in any way.
Telperion slams his arms together, and a shield erupts out of him. And I save from 10 of that.
Okay,
So 16 damage.
got it. Yes. Yep.
Jiri is instantly bloody.
Solid. It then just continues to beat its wings in place, not moving. Rome, it is your turn. You feel a sensation. It looks around you like falling, but you're actually not experiencing your hair like shooting up behind you, experiencing drag. And as you shift to each side, you feel like you have some control of your movement suspended in this air.
Okay. So does that imply that I feel like I could probably move?
Perhaps.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt to move a little bit further away. So like right here.
Okay. You
That would
just
work.
lean your body in a direction almost like you have a flying speed you didn't know you had. You can move freely in the space as you are falling.
And I take the gilded flower out of my hair and use it to cast Summon Fae.
Tell me about the Fae you summon.
Oh, this works.
I'll post the
Is it something like this?
Oh!
yes, it's something like that. So it's like a little forest sprite that is the mood is it is fuming. Which means that it has advantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of this turn as a bonus action.
How did you find this
Okay.
image? I've never seen it before.
I have just placed an image. I'm going to make it a little bit different color to make it easier to see. We'll make it a little redder. Next to you, and I'll let you control it here in just a moment. All right, that should be under your control now. And you can have summoned it where you want to. I just placed it next to you, but wherever you wish it to be, it can be there. Does it roll initiative or does it act on your turn?
It goes after me.
Okay.
Did I get in there? Yeah.
I just placed like a little token in here that should be movable by you.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm just making sure that the spell showed up in the thing for everyone.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it takes after me. But it's not able to do anything at this time, so it'll be able to attack next time.
Where did
Got
you
it.
summon it?
Where? It's
Hey, you
it's
can
right
place it.
here.
You can put it
Yeah,
anywhere you want within 90 feet of you.
Yeah, I just set it next to you, but you could have conjured this thing into existence within the range wherever you wanted. And I think range is 90 feet, so you could have kind of placed it wherever.
I guess it's gonna need to be close to it. I guess I'll. You know what? I'll actually leave it where it is right now.
Okay.
And then I'll move it next time.
Very well. Alrighty. Who is up next? It is Toby Rama, unless there's any bonus action or otherwise available for Rome.
That's it.
Nothing? Okay, Toby Rama, you are up.
I would love to go right into that, but I think... Yeah, I mean, I got to. I mean, I got it back on my boy. I'm going to cast Warding Bond on my favorite Air Genasi, Jiri.
Okay.
But not favorite party member, right?
I didn't hear that question, nor will I respond to it. Jiri, obviously, he's no rookie to this. He knows if he leaves 60 feet from me, it will go away. So, in fact, I'll even, like, use my movement. How much space is this guy taking up? Okay, so I can move forward a little bit.
I think he's considered gargantuan, some might call it.
If you hover over him on the initiative, is that a fair thing to use?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay,
yep.
So I'll move.
I hadn't thought to do that.
In front of Jiri. And bonus action. Get back that spell slot I just used to cast Warding Bond. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Bonus action to get back that Warding Bond. That's a second level spell.
Yep.
All right. Cool. Great turn by Toby Rama. You also do feel that sensation of buoyancy and control of your aerial movement if you do want to move at all. Otherwise, it is Telperion. You are up.
Okay, so I have 40 movement speed, right?
In theory.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Well, fuck. Okay, how do I? I'm just trying to figure out how to move around this thing. Like, if I hover over the initiative box, do I have to go around that space?
Effectively, it is occupying an enormous amount of space.
Okay, so I'll go 20 feet here, and I'm gonna. So this is okay.
Almost like psionically willing yourself, like the flight you had just triggered, you just move in the direction you intend to.
Just go all the way around. Okay, I just use 30 feet to get this far.
Okay.
Once there, I just push. I just pound my feet into the air, and fire erupts from my heels. And I cast a Charlon Stride.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna move an additional 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 feet there. Okay. And then I'm just gonna start slicing into its back, whatever, like flavorfully, like it's
wings are what's most outstretched and available. Yeah.
So I'm gonna swing twice with just 2 loose, and then I'll pull out the blade, Loosen Jade, and swing twice.
Okay. Does it take some automatic fire damage from your proximity movement?
Yeah, it does.
I think he's
5
rolling it.
5 fire damage.
Okay, it takes 3.
He was just using the spell in chat, Steve.
Yeah, I just put it in chat for whatever.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I missed on the first one because I rolled really bad. And then second attack, 20.
Does hit. These things are its wings that you're aiming for are difficult to hit and predict their movement, but you do successfully hit. But you're like, I timed that pretty well.
All right, so I'm gonna Psionic Strike this one.
Okay.
As I do.
Up close, Telperion. Its mask is unquestionably mithril.
Oh, that's no small thing. Okay, so 5 plus 5 is 10, plus 3 is 13, plus 8 is 21. Right, Steve?
Okay, 21 damage.
10 plus
What's the
13
thing?
plus so 13 plus 8, right?
Yep.
21.
Yep,
21.
No, I'm sorry, it's 20 because it's only plus 7. So 20 damage.
Okay. Got it.
Three of that was psychic, so I'll heal 3.
Okay.
And then I would like it to make a save, please. 14. 14
okay.
strength save. Chill.
Does that say?
Chill.
Does
Cool,
that say
cool,
10?
Cool. I'll end my turn there.
I had meant to think about this like right at the start of the session. Telperion, in my mind, I thought of you dashing with the boots and then coming to a stop, reminiscent of hockey players coming to a stop and skating out all that ice, but it's fire.
Fire.
Oh, dude.
I also like lately I picture it as kicks a lot of the time. Like he just is able to like either like he goes on the ground and fire skirts out, or like I like him just like pushing a boot into somebody and flame just erupts. So that's happening.
Very cool.
Or like
That it for Telperion?
Yeah. That's
It is Kinsalo. Kinsalo's not going to waste any time as he immediately uses his bonus action to change form. As he flies in a direction before emerging as a hawk. I need to place this in the correct spot. There we go. And does the cool hawk screech that I can't and will not do right now. Whatever that is, I can't do it. And will make 2 attacks with his multi-attack.
Go Kinsalo.
Does she get flanking?
He does not have flanking in this exact position, but this beast is so large, it's almost difficult to get flanking.
Okay.
It's almost like our DM sick of us flanking.
No, not necessarily.
I just want to teach
Beak, talons.
Nice.
His beak dive bomb, you think is going right at its wing, but the wing pulls out in time. But then he continues in with his velocity and gets 2 talon strikes, or a talon strike in, getting some thing. However,
thank you.
However, he reaches the mithril mask of this thing and his claws harmlessly scrape against it, dealing 0 damage. This thing seems to be resistant to non-magical damage, or immune perhaps. That is Kinsalo's turn as he continues to beat his wings a little confused. Jiri, you are up.
Can I get on the exact opposite side of him if I just like cut across this way?
Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time cutting across like that. You're gonna have to go a little more around, but yeah, like that is fair game.
I feel like this is essentially diagonal with you. All right, yeah, I'll go this way first.
Okay.
So you said like around here, maybe?
Yeah, that's fair game to like, yeah, get as close around him as you can. You could probably get a little further than that if you needed.
Like one more up, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or up diagonal, I'd say. That's probably in his space, even though this PNG
Right there?
isn't doing a great job of reflecting the space. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so then I'm gonna bonus action, get Audros to focus on this target, and I'm gonna take 2 swings with Audros, or excuse me, Stormbender's Edge.
Perfect. He is the target of your focus, and you can make 2 attacks.
Love that.
The first one cuts in satisfyingly, even though it is weird to strike these wings made of twilight. But the second one does miss.
Excuse me, 2 hands.
But how much from that first strike?
15.
Got it.
Switching to 1-handed attacks.
Got it. Anything else from Jiri?
No, that's it.
Okay. Roulette, it is your turn.
Plus 10 damage.
Okay, no, I have to get in there first. Okay, I am going to will myself past Mr. Tobirama. Seeing Kinsalo go after the mask and not, I just see him going after the mask, and I want to like follow that lead. I saw him not do any damage, so I want to see if I can damage it.
Sorry, I have a shield.
So I am going to will myself in that general direction, and I'm gonna
Which
go.
you have surprising competency able to do. I don't think you can move into that space
know.
per se.
I
I
was
think you
gonna
need to
ask
back
that.
up one space. Yeah.
I want to get to a spot where I can hit his face,
Yeah, that's a fair game where you are right now.
their face. So I'm gonna go up to there, and I am going to take a swing at specifically at the mask.
Okay, go for it.
23.
23 hits. And in your high passive investigation, right as your flail is coming toward the mask, you can see these thin cracks of arcane light peeking out through this mithril mask. This thing has been broken before and has been knitted back together over time. And as your bludgeoning impact hits, this thing its mask specifically is harder to hit than its normal form, but is also susceptible to bludgeoning damage specifically as long as it's from a magical weapon.
Holy shit, Roulette was made to kill this face.
Fuck yeah.
So go ahead and roll your damage. The bludgeoning aspect will be doubled. If there's any like other elements, that's a separate ordeal. But looks
No,
like
it's
this is
just
8 for 16 damage.
yeah. Nothing else added on to this yet. And then I will swing again.
Go for it. But unfortunately, after that bludgeon impact, and you saw like a shard fly off its head, and now a larger piece of light is peeking through that mask. It recoils, and your second swipe misses it.
The shard that I see fly off, can I tell what this mask is made of?
You have never seen this metal before.
Okay.
I will say that.
That's all I needed. Thank you. Bonus action.
But also noticeably, as it flies off, it doesn't like disappear into the depths. It just hovers with all of you as you're all falling.
Gotcha. Bonus action. Alfie. Who do I want? Alfie, get over here, and I'm gonna have him float in between myself and Toby. I don't know how many charges I have. Oh no, that's force damage. Yeah, I'm just gonna do one charge directly at his mask with the wand of magic missiles.
Okay. Roll it. As your
11.
arcane bolts spiral toward the mask, you think some impact, but there is like a burst of force field arcane energy in front of its mask, and it absorbs some of the damage as it only takes half.
Did we lose Alex?
From the Zoom currently, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
she said her
Hopefully-
computer's restarting.
Okay.
So don't
Set it
kill
for
her.
Roulette.
Yes, that's it. My turn.
It is back to the Adronox turn. Let us see if it recharges its bolts. It does not.
I wish you would roll those so we could see them. Because
It did.
So
It did.
ins-
Oh,
I did.
that was so
This
delayed
time,
for me.
There was a delay on
yeah.
that one.
I usually click the recharge button and it rolls it in D&D Beyond, but I'm just gonna roll the D6 in here from now so you guys can all see it.
Beyond.
But then this thing, with its bonus action, is going to disappear.
Oh fuck.
Love it. Love it.
It's just invisible. But did it blink?
Oh shit.
It's a little dimensional being. It probably blinked out of existence.
I think I can take that.
It's a blink dog.
And returns over in this direction.
Motherfucker.
Immediately using its multi attack to attack with its mithril claws, as well as you notice all other sharp, jagged edges of metal hovering within its arcane form.
Oh, dude, I'm not even-
One swipe at or two swipes at Kinsalo.
How big it is.
Attack 1,
You can. No,
attack 2.
no, I can't.
Oh boy.
And both of those will tear into Kinsalo and immediately disrupt his form.
Holy shit.
Kinsalo.
Yikes.
And as he appears back in his normal form, only barely scratched from that previous form having taken most of the damage. And then the Adronaut continues to just hover slightly closer.
Right there.
That is the Adronaut's turn with its bonus action and action. Rome, Alex is back, it looks like. So Rome, it is your turn.
9 by 9.
Okay,
What
I'm
the
like
fuck?
half that. I don't know what happened. My computer just like decided to do an update. So I'm actually gonna have Tim. Hopefully you can roll for me. I'm just gonna tell you what I want to do, and I'll give you the modifiers and everything. But I can't do it on
Yes.
the iPad. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay. So as Rome, I'm gonna stay where I am, and I want to cast Produce Flame, to try and attack it.
Okay.
Here,
Love it.
So let's
it's
just
a
say
plus
20.
8 spellcasting modifier, Tim.
Oh.
Natural 1. I'm gonna do a thing here.
Tim.
Roll, Alex, roll one more, or Tim for Alex, roll one more of that attack.
Please help.
Rome, as you set your Produce Flame into this creature, it just spun around in its arcane form and was flung back in your direction, but it was wide and did not hit you.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Huh.
All right. Oh, that's a good thing. Didn't hit me.
This feels like a cartoon.
All right. All right. Well, with that, I guess I'll use my bonus action to hide, because that's all I can do.
You're gonna be hard pressed to find an availability to hide in this spot. There's no
No.
cover really.
All right. Never mind. I power on and I command my Fae creature that I summon to first face step within 5 feet of the creature,
Okay.
which then prompts the having advantage on the next attack roll.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have it do a multi-attack short sword attack because I'm casting it at level 4, so it'll have 2 attacks.
Very cool.
So that again, it uses my spell casting, or sorry, my spell attack modifier. So plus 8 again, Tim, to hit. And that's advantage on the first one, and then no advantage on the second one.
Perfect.
Okay. Oh my god. There's the one with advantage.
The
21.
second, yeah, with advantage, 21 does hit.
Okay.
And I
so
believe the short sword of this magically
A
conjured creature
D6
should
plus
count
3.
as magical damage, so it should not meet any immunity.
1d6 plus 3 plus the spell's level piercing damage plus
That's
a
plus
d6
4.
of force damage.
So 2d6
plus 7.
plus 7.
plus 7. Okay.
Nice.
Very cool. That's a lot of damage.
Oh,
Wow.
I rolled high damage.
Damn.
Yes, Tim.
18 damage.
That was the one to roll high on anyway. You get another attack.
Yes, and we're attacking again. So please roll again.
1d20 plus 8.
Oh,
You can
Dang.
talk.
Unfortunately, once again, you carved into its form and it adapted on the second strike. No hit there.
It's a lot of pressure to roll
Excellent.
for somebody else. Because you take all the
Okay, but I really appreciate it. So thank you. I have I'm
No,
trying
no,
my
it's-
best with technology right now. I only have so many
Yeah.
screens.
No
And
worries.
that's all I do.
Toby Rama, you are up.
Surely this thing can handle spell saves or like saves.
It had a plus 10 to strength.
I'm not. Yeah,
It doesn't have a good charisma.
it does. Do we think it's constitutional? But then it's just gonna. Yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I got to. I
Do
will cast Blight on this thing.
Love it.
Nice.
Very cool. What does it look like? Have you cast this yet? I don't know if you've cast this yet.
Not in canon, I don't think.
No.
I don't know.
I think it depends on if it succeeds for it to have a visual component.
Okay. Okay. It will make a
Constitution save of 16. I knew magic resistance was probably going to be a thing.
Get that luck point ready, babe.
It has +3. And a luck point is not something I can use on this, but could I use an inspiration point on this, or could I make it reroll in any way?
Yeah. Yeah. So if inspiration is absolutely fair game, with advantage, its current roll is an 18. So an inspiration will just make it reroll once, and that will be the roll.
Yeah, I've got 2 now because of that last one. So I'll mark in my notes that I only have 1 inspiration point, and I will have it re-roll that.
You deserve this.
So like it's
unfortunately
it's on the 3 on my screen, which is so lame.
Yeah, it was cocked on my screen.
Yeah.
Cocked means you re-roll.
It's just the visual physics of it is cocked. There's no cocked in the programming side of things.
Which
coding?
Fuck it. It was cocked.
Letting us bully him. That's true.
It was cocked. I opened myself up to it.
Okay, so Tobirama says his celestial component, kind of like waving the staff around, because the medallion is on the staff currently, and there's a bright flash around the how do you say it? Adranok?
The Adranok, yeah.
There's a bright flash, and like everyone like kind of like has to take a second, and as you come back to, you see an outpouring of mist, leaving the Adranok, and it's not like coming to me. It's just it's been expelled from this creature and is getting sent back into different parts of the world. As I roll 8d8.
Holy,
you do roll 8d8. You also do notice though that mist, although it happens, it evaporates very quickly.
Right.
As this thing does have resistance to all damage from spells.
This thing is the anti-Toby.
Okay. 8d8. Let's roll it.
Oh Jesus.
364. That's above average.
That was a good roll. 17.
19.
Yep, you're right.
Scores 36. Oh, it is above average.
But with that, even with the evaporating mist not fully impacting the full severity of its form, you do notice a new phenomenon occur. Its mask has taken more cracks, and its form seems less stable than usual, and its arcane leak begins. Which that doesn't actually do anything. It's just like a new aura that is leaking out of this creature.
Saying that word.
That's what Mike says when he starts to fart.
Oh, they're gonna say pee. Here's the arcane leak, baby.
Okay, so I still have all my movement. How do I want to position?
You got a bonus action.
I don't have anything I can do with my bonus action because they're all spells. So
y'all need telekinesis.
Yes.
Y'all need Jesus.
Y'all need Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That moves 30 feet. I'm still within Jiri. Okay, good. That's my turn.
Okay. Any creature that starts its turn or enters that for the first time on its turn. As you approach this being, I need you to... Oh, you automatically take this. As you start getting closer and you're almost forced back, you do take 6 radiant damage as the radiating arcane flux and instability of its arcane core is like radiating out into the space and damaging things nearby. So you do take 6 radiant, which for you is reduced
to 3. I will do that. What was the thing you said? Like if I end my turn there, or if I start my turn there?
No, Yeah, if you start your turn within 10 feet or enter it for the first time.
Well, I was within 5 feet of the monster at the start. Does that matter?
Well, you triggered it. You were already in the start of it. Oh, didn't you just move toward it right here?
I moved in a straight line down, still within the near this. I was always adjacent to the square.
Oh, okay. So then you didn't start with your or enter it for the first time on your turn, so you don't take that yet, but you will
Likely
maybe
will
in the future.
Okay, so
okay.
I was.
But you feel that arcane heat licking into your skin, but it hasn't damaged you yet.
Okay.
Is that it for Toby?
Yeah.
Your upside character.
Telperion.
Did you hear that, Toby?
Yeah.
Did someone say you're a sidekick?
He said you're upside character.
That's hilarious.
You want me to pull you now too on top of that? Good luck with your Eldritch Blast. All right, I'm gonna use 30 feet to rocket over here. So that's 30 feet. I rocket over, and then I'm going to graciously use my bonus action to pull my friend Jiri into proximity of this dude.
That was Tim that said that, not you.
I still
Okay. First things first. As you move there telekinetically, the second you get to this spot, you are now feeling how strong the arcane heat of this thing is, and you do take 8 damage, radiant damage.
Okay.
Starts or enters for the first time, right?
I will pull you.
I will let myself be pulled.
Okay.
With a bonus action pull, you said? Okay. I'll say you can only pull him toward you, so not at a diagonal.
Okay. So I will swing at this thing's core. I want to swing at its core, but can I even get close?
Yeah, I mean it's occupying this whole thing. It's
Okay.
like flapping and moving, and it's all very fluid. But this is representing the space.
I also did a 6 fire damage.
Okay.
So now we swing in our sword. I rolled a 7 plus 7. 14 misses.
14 does miss.
Do you want anything to make this more accurate? Ooh, 23.
23 hits. Go ahead and roll
Okay.
damage.
I'm gonna Psionic Strike. Reroll that too. Like before. Okay. 7 plus 7 is 14. Plus 8 is 22.
How much was force damage?
8, 9, 10,
Okay.
11 was force damage.
Oh, that's a lot of force damage. So what can you give me the breakdown again of what was what?
Yeah. So 3 plus 4 was my actual sword and strength.
Okay. So 7
So
there.
7. 4 was psychic damage, which I'll heal another 4 off of my charge.
Okay.
And then
And then 11 force
8,
for
8, 9, 10, 11
Yeah.
force.
Got it. Similarly to your first strike, which I just hadn't accounted for it yet, and Roulette's initiation of magic missile, this thing is magically resistant to force disrupting its arcane flow. So little resistance there, but second. Oh, that was your second swing. Anything else for Telperion?
Yeah.
Action, 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 action.
She's gonna action surge and swing some more.
Action.
To no real end, I'm gonna have it make that strength save since I just psionic surged.
Okay. It's a +4 to this because I didn't roll the right thing. Yeah, it succeeds.
It doesn't matter, yeah. Okay. Well, if I action surge, so it resists spell damage. Okay, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna wait a little longer to action surge actually. So I'll just. I'm gonna move away though.
Because that was only 30, right?
Yeah, I only moved 30, 5, 10, 15, 20. I'll just 25, 30. I'm gonna move here.
As you leave its reach, it will try and claw at you, just reaching out with long arms.
Kick its foot away.
Okay, you're welcome to try.
Well, I've had Stronger on Stride on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so it
So I
cannot
kick
attack
its
with
foot away.
opportunity. Nice. Very
Which
nice.
means that it didn't actually use its reaction, right?
That's correct. It didn't burn its reaction, but it tries to reach out to you, but you're too quick. That's it for Telperion. Kinsala's up. Oh, shit. All right, buddy. Hope you're better efficient, and he grabs his wing lance, which is a magic weapon, and just soars forward and tries to jab it twice.
I was not confident he had a magic means to do damage to this guy, so that's awesome.
Attack number 1.
Christopher.
That one? Yes.
Radiant
Oh,
damage.
he does have to take a little damage, yeah. 2d6. Wait, what the hell? Oh, god damn
That
it.
was weird.
A 4
yeah,
plus 1.
Sorry, none of that matters. I need to refresh the page because sometimes it conflates different stat blocks on top of each other.
It was still 2d6, I think, though.
Yeah, it's still 2d6.
Oh yeah, I just called it the wrong thing. So he takes 5 damage. Okay, so that's that, and then he will make his attacks. Attack number 1 was a miss, so that actually calculated right. And then number 2 doesn't hit either. Damn it! Bonus action, Polearm Master. Weaker strike, but another chance at damage. Nothing. He is trying to fight this thing with a spear, and its magical, arcane, enormous form is easily dodging. Jiri, it is your turn.
Alrighty, Jiri's gonna float on over, or fly. And try to smack this thing with his sword. Actually, I think I can get 1 space lower, but
You take damage.
I'm gonna stay there. That's good
You
enough.
do. As you soar toward it, you do enter its aura, or within 5 feet of its aura, and you do take 2d6 damage. Radiant.
So you
7
take
radiant
3.
damage
He
to
takes
you.
3, right? Because he takes half, and I
and
take
then you
the
would
same.
take 3, but you would take half of that.
No,
'cause you're
I
resistant.
take 3. The amount of
Oh, you're
damage
already
done
resistant. Yeah.
the amount of
yeah,
damage done to Jiri is how much damage happens to me.
That's right. That's right.
So 3/3.
Okay, Jiri is again looking very bloody, but he's gonna smack this thing twice with a sword.
Go ahead and roll it.
You will try. Oh, I love it. +10.
Did you hit it? Did you hit it twice last time as well, or you hit it once with your
I hit
attack?
it once last time.
So you did at least hit it. Okay. So when you strike it with your first roll, it definitely takes that damage. It looks like 22.
Yep.
Jesus.
It takes the damage, and as you're swinging with your second strike, it's going to use its reaction to teleport.
Bro, fuck that.
No, I don't feel bad. I've missed 1 out of 2 times.
Dodging successfully your second strike.
Oh, excuse me, come back.
You can teleport mid-attack. Okay.
Y'all need mobile.
It's reaction.
Alright, Jiri's just sitting there swinging at the air and doing nothing with his bonus action.
Wait,
Okay.
you don't. Oh, you don't have Misty Step, do you?
I do have Misty Step, but I'm not using it.
I need to teleporting around, so yeah.
That it for Jiri?
That's it.
Roulette, you are up.
I'm gonna do what I
Oh my
did
God.
before. I know, it's weird.
That's so many
But then-
30.
That is weird.
Hold on, I need to just double check.
This
something
thing's
with
not
this.
good at calculating
Diagonals.
or rounding.
I'm unmuted in case you want to guys.
Wait, Chris, quick question.
Yeah.
Before we move too fast, could my second attack have been a lightning strike using the special feature of my Stormbender's Edge?
Could it have been a lightning strike?
Yeah. This
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, I forgot you literally, I don't think, have used that feature. I forgot that was a feature of that weapon. As soon as you take your first, so it used its reaction after receiving damage from your first strike. So as you're about to swing again, it has disappeared, but you can see it off to the side. So yeah, you still have an attack available to use.
So can I use that second one as instead
Yeah.
I like shoot lightning at it?
Yeah, just go ahead and read me the description again just to make sure it works. But I think you're absolutely right to seize on this.
When you take the attack action on your turn, you can choose to expend one of the saber's charges to replace one of your melee attacks with a unique ranged attack, allowing you to send a streak of lightning towards a target you can see within 30 feet of you. A target struck by this ranged attack takes 2d10 lightning damage.
So that's the biggest thing is 30 feet.
Okay, wait.
It is unfortunately just out of your range.
Hold on a second. I might have more movement though. Or was I?
Oh, that I think you were pretty far over here.
You only use 25, maybe.
I think I only used 20. I think I was right here.
Because I pulled you closer.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me to move me closer.
Yeah,
So
you know where you started better than I do. So yeah, if you move 10 feet closer with your second strike and swing it out, you can magically compel lightning to leap toward the creature. Absolutely. Go ahead. And is that a save that it does, or is that just another attack roll?
It's 2d10 damage, and then it would be +3 for being focused.
Okay, so but it's an attack roll, in which you had already
It's an attack roll.
rolled.
Yeah.
Range attack.
So go ahead and roll 2d10 real quick.
Oh, because you made that second swing.
Yeah, so the second swing's roll counts, and then this is Stormbender's Edge,
14
2d10
total.
+3, 14, and this is not a spell. So it takes the full impact of this damage. Good looking out on your abilities there.
I'll take full credit for that.
You piece of shit.
No, Mike remembered it. I completely forgot. Mike knows my character sheet better than I do, apparently.
That's the word very well.
I mean, you're balancing like 4 characters, Jerry, so it's reasonable.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Meko anyway.
Very, very nicely adapted, and you do send lightning into its form, and it almost like surges throughout it and detonates very briefly. Definitely damaging it. Its form is looking looser, less and less stable as the turns go on. You guys have dealt some good damage to it. Yes, now it's roulette.
We are running 30 feet somewhere along here. We're gonna run right up to its face up there. Along the way, I'm going to, as I'm running by Jiri, I'm going to reach into my pack, and it's going to be, I don't even know what it is. I don't know. It's what is it? What is it? It is, imagine if you took a t-shirt and you just drew the outline of it. And then you took away all the material, and the outline is just pieces of metal connected to each other, but it's curled up into a little ball. And when I throw it at Jiri, it auto attaches to him, and I'm bonus action casting Sanctuary on Jiri.
Wow, very cool. And that's a distance you can be within. It's within.
It's within 30 feet. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you cast Sanctuary on him for sure.
So I'm casting Sanctuary on Jiri. It's the Sanctuary shirt. Is what I will call it, because I just thought of that. And then I will run up, and I'm just taking 2 swings right at the thing's face again.
Okay. It does have a little bit of boost to its AC by aiming at the mask specifically, but you're welcome to target it again.
I'm all in.
Okay.
Having flashbacks to busting skeletons.
Oh.
It
Big
dodges that attack.
Second one.
That was the most 17 I've ever seen.
Good. Same as last time.
Hit.
23. Let's see how much we can get out of this.
A 18. Its form is looking very unstable. It's like a cloud of arcane twilight mist, barely being contained by this mithril mask's enchantment. Is that it for roulette?
Bonus action movement. I'm gonna have I'm gonna have Alfie move.
You did use your bonus action for Sanctuary, so he can move on his own accord, but commanding him to do something wouldn't.
Correct. Yeah, I'm just gonna have him move back to Kinsala right there. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
He is taking the dodge action.
It is the Adronox turn, and in its enhanced arcane leak, I need one of you to roll a d4.
Got it.
Yes. Who's getting pissed on?
Oh wait, it's not. It goes out of the thing.
Who's getting leaked on?
4.
-1 is 3.
We wanted that to be low.
We wanted that to be a 1, I guess. -1 for 0.
Out of this thing's arcane leak, materializing are
Finally.
these shimmering, almost translucent bobs of fey energy that are almost impossible to see, but they shimmer like bubble wrap in the air. They seem to be just chaotic bursts of energy. And they all get to move.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
One will fly to Telperion. One will fly to Roulette. One will fly to... Rome has cast a spell. Or these are things that they automatically... They have spell sense, so they actually don't target Telperion. They'll target the nearby spellcasters.
Oh, God. Damn it.
This is my homage to Tim in the Feywild campaign. These things are thimble bombs. And Roulette, I need all three of you, Roulette, Jiri, and Rome, as these things try to surge and siphon magic from your bodies. I need you all to make a spell casting check using your spell casting modifier.
Can you run a d20 plus 5 for me, please?
D20 plus 5.
I'll roll it for you because he's rolling his own. If that. Or
Oh, great.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
We want an 8 or above.
Christopher, I'm not looking at any of the results right now. And is this all happening simultaneously?
Yes, these things just their flying speed is so fast. These things just like almost apparate near you and just start siphoning. And so it's up to your composure over your own innate casting ability to repel its influence. So
Is
that
this
18
like
plus 5,
sorry,
Rome, you shake off its effect.
this is just like an intelligence check, correct?
It is, yes, effectively an intelligence check for you.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah.
You also shake off its influence, and Jiri, or I'm sorry, wait, who hasn't rolled? Oh yeah, there's Jiri.
Awesome.
You all shake off its influence, so you do not lose your lowest available spell slot, but it does siphon enough energy from all of you to hit you with a chaos burst or a flux attack.
Chaos bolt at the target within range.
This is against Roulette. This is against Jiri, and this is against Rome.
Jiri's attacked at disadvantage.
Or no, they have to make a wisdom thing or
Wisdom
attack
saving
someone
throw.
else.
Because it's a.
That's not what.
Oh.
That's not technically what this is. I know it's an attack roll, but they're
that's fine.
channeling energy into who's nearby them.
Yeah, that's fine.
So this thing does bypass that in a weird way, but it was Roulette takes 8 force, Jiri takes 5 force, and Rome takes 7 force.
It misses
Oh,
roulette.
so that D20 is not an attack roll. We're just taking the damage.
Oh no, those are attack rolls still. It is still an attack roll. So
My
you dodge
AC is
that.
20.
Yeah, my bad. But Jiri I think does take 5, and Rome I think does take 7. And then now I need to roll to see if the Atronach gets its.
Let's
bolts back,
go.
which it does.
Oh.
It does not.
Okay.
But it will claw Roulette once.
Steve has a rules thing.
No,
Ooh,
it's
what
it's
you got?
fine. We'll cover it later. This is minor damage, so I don't really care.
Wait, that's a damage?
Okay.
Yeah,
At one Atronach attack at Roulette
No, but half that. It's only the 2.
Why do you only take
with its mithril claws.
Correct. Yes,
15
Tim, you
will
took
not hit.
You took 2 and I took 2.
And since it missed you, it is not going to change targets. It's going to try and hit you one more time, Roulette, with its mithril claws. That one's going to be better. That's a lot of damage.
I am
That's
going
got to be
to,
like that's got to be close to max. Yeah, it's pretty close to max. Holy shit.
and as a reaction, I forget. Hold on. As a reaction, I'm going to cast Shield, bumping my AC to 25. Oh, meets it, beats
It
it.
still
Fuck,
hit.
never
Yeah,
mind.
it
I'm
would
not gonna
still
do
hit.
it.
Yeah,
God
okay.
damn it. Shit.
So it does just rake into you. Its mithril
Oh,
claws
fuck.
cutting through you with ease. A spray of blood into the air, but that is its turn.
She hasn't taken any hits yet. She's good.
I'll push it 15 feet away from me with my shield.
No, don't.
Are there any reaction or like saves or anything about that? I feel like this thing is such a gargantuan thing; it shouldn't be subjected to that. But if that's not written in the rules, that it can push anything away.
Okay, I'm
sure.
not gonna push it away from me. I wasn't even targeting the Adrenok. I was targeting the flame. Because the flame. Wait, what hit me? Oh, the Adrenok did hit me. Oh,
Yeah,
as a
clawed you.
reaction, I will spin around and I will turn the dimmer all the way up to max on my my flail. It has to make a DC 15 con save, I think.
It's only got
Just
plus
mighty
3.
flail.
It's only got plus 3.
It rolled low. What happens? Is it blinded?
Where the fuck is it?
I don't want to throw anything. I'm scared.
Spell save DC, and then it
Yeah, it doesn't meet your DC, but I'm just curious. Is it blinded?
blinded until the end of the attacker's next turn.
Okay, got it.
And it was DC 15. Sorry.
Yep, got it. Rome, it is your turn.
Okay, so I have dice, so I'm gonna roll these just myself.
Okay.
I am gonna ask you if you could please like move my character token within 30 feet of the creature. And I'm gonna
Sure.
cast Produce Flame again. Okay, that
You can get
is
as far as like here.
it's a third.
Noticeably, the thimble bombs do not react to your leaving. They don't take attacks of opportunity.
Okay, great. I rolled a 10. So I'm assuming that doesn't hit.
A 10 total will not hit.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to my Fae, and
Okay.
I'm going to have the Fae step within 5 feet of the beast again.
Okay. Is there a range to that at all?
Yeah, 40 feet.
Okay, so it can go a max of 40 feet, which it can do. It's just not yet within 5 feet of the creature, but it is able to Misty Step.
Oh, okay, but it's not going to be able to attack the.
Does it have?
Okay, but it can just continue to move. Never
Yeah,
mind. So
yeah.
it'll
Yeah,
move the
exactly. It
rest
can
of the
still
distance
move.
Okay, so it'll move however many feet it needs to move to be
10 more
right
feet.
next to
Okay.
it.
As soon as it gets pretty close to it, it automatically takes a little bit of damage. It will take 6 radiant damage as it moves closer to this thing's leaking form.
Which this is
Okay.
its first damage, right?
Yep, so it was at 50 health, so now it's at 43.
Okay.
Right, just at 7. Okay, so I'm going to do the multi-attack. The first attack is with advantage. So that is a...
And that
so that's-
advantage is granted because of its Misty Step, angry version of it, or whatever, the Fury.
Yep.
Okay.
And because it's blind.
Oh,
Let's
yeah,
see.
and because it's blind. So
Oh,
it
you
has...
piece of-
the first roll was 22, and the second one was 21.
Yep, both of those hit. They absolutely hit. Go ahead and roll its damage. Is that the 2d6 plus stuff?
Yep, plus 7.
2d6 plus
Right.
7.
Thank you,
So
Roulette.
14 damage for the first one.
14, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'll roll one more time for the next attack. With no is it still with an advantage because it's blinded?
It seems to know exactly where this Fey creature is. This thing,
Okay.
it's not even immune to blinded. It has true sight, is the problem.
I see. Okay,
That
so
makes
I'll roll one
sense.
more. And the last one was a 20.
Still hits.
Okay, so 2d6
Plus 7.
2 plus 4, so 6 plus 7, 13 damage.
Nice.
13 damage. It seems to be crackling with arcane instability, like it could detonate at any moment almost.
And then just like real quick, just game question. I'm assuming if the Fae stayed there every turn that it stayed there, would it take damage, or is it?
It's anytime it starts its turn near enough to it or enters that area on its turn.
Okay, I don't want to provoke an opportunity attack, so I'll just stay there. It's not going to do anything.
It already used its reaction. If you want to move away,
It did do that.
You have
Oh, it
30.
did?
You have 30 feet left to move away.
Okay, I'll move the 30 feet just in any direction away from the creature.
Noticeably, it has not used its reaction.
I thought it
It
did.
had
Oh, never mind.
teleported before this turn. Yeah, its turn has come
Alright.
around.
Keep it there then.
Keep it.
Okay. Thank you. And that is it.
Okay. Sobi Rama, you are up.
So, if I hit it, I could give advantage to the next person to attack it, which is Telperion, which is really good. Or I could heal people twice, but it also doesn't get to go for a while.
Did Telperion accidentally read Toby's mind?
Maybe. Because do I Guiding Bolt, or do I Healing Hands, Jiri, bonus action, Healing Word, Roulette? I don't think I'd do that yet. I think we can make it through another turn. So I'm going to... I'm going to go to here.
Oh, I don't know how hurt people are.
So, I mean, I know it's a wisdom-based spell attack. Consider
No, it is
wisdom
not.
check. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ability check and attack roll are different.
I mean, I got the spell slots to spare, so I will make this Guiding Bolt that I'm going to cast 3rd level.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
That's juice.
Yeah, so I need a 12 on the dice.
You got luck, baby.
Oh, this is something I can use my luck and not have to use inspiration on.
Are you going to use luck?
So I am going to use my medallion luck point to re-roll that.
Whenever I've hit, it was overtime. That I was.
Roll damage.
Okay, so that would be 66.
I'm gonna die.
Oh my god! Arcane bomb!
I tried to make one of these.
Oh,
as a kid.
so 3. Now I'm gonna do 5d6. I messed that up. 5d6. So 22 radiant
22
damage.
total?
Radiant damage.
And
And
it does take half damage from spell damage.
And the next
But-
attack made against it has advantage.
But,
Yep.
Michael Kennedy, how do you want to do this?
Oh!
Terrifying, terrifying.
I really don't want Roulette to die or to get hit with something right now.
Get that bow out, bitch.
I got plenty of stuff for Revivify. Like I got 4 Revivifies in me.
How do you
essentially.
kill this thing?
How do I kill this thing? I almost think like Toby chooses to look past the mask, as that's almost like a way of containing this thing. And so I instead focus on what I assume to be its essence of like the body, and maybe just like a neck meeting the body portion of it, and just a radiant explosion.
As you guiding bolt and cause it to soar through the air at this thing, it gets just below the mask, just disappearing into its form, and just all the thimble bombs around it, its own form just swelling in this arcane thing, and it collapses.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. You all feel a bludgeoning sensation as you have just landed on the grass of the Emerald Forest. And that's where we'll call this session.
You.
That was a big one.
Oh my god.
Our watches.
What time of day is it?
I think we'll get to that.
We will get there. You feel tangible, prime material grass and earth beneath your hands.
Critter, what would have happened if I cast heat metal on the mask? I don't have heat metal prepared. I was just wondering.
It would have worked. You would have targeted metal, automatic damage, but it still would have received half damage from spells.
Okay. Oh, would never drop the mask?
It's not able to drop the mask. The mask is functionally, based on your arcane understanding, the mask was the creature. Like, it was binding chaotic magic to it, and you puppeting that chaos.
Very cool.
The creature was
that's my favorite D&D creature I've ever seen.
It's so pretty.
It excels
do you
in
want to
everything.
know
Wait,
how
blow it up
ridiculous
again.
it was? Yeah, do you want to know how ridiculous it was to cut this out and PNGify it? It was so ridiculous.
Oh no.
So ridiculous.
Worth it though.
Did it have? Was it just a square with a full background, and you had to cut out the entire background?
Correct. And like make some of the like. Someday you should just like look up the creature, but there's so much I did to this thing to make it possible to cut out like this. But...
Dude, it is amazing. The metal front claws, the metal mask.
It's just the dopest creature.
That is really cool.
So that's that.
I love its
You have seemingly exited.
The claws are so
Feywild.
dope.
I love that it had thimble bombs.
Yeah, that was something I always wanted to do in the Feywild, and this chaotic essence magic thing. Like, someday I'll share their stat block with you. They're super fun. And I didn't get to use them as much as I wanted to, but they have a chaos burst, they have translucent form, flux and flux surge. They're all about chaos magic. And they're hard to hit, but they're very weak. They can be disrupted easily, but when they're disrupted, they can deal some damage too. But their flux surge is the coolest thing. I think that they siphon magic from those nearby, and they can redirect it as a chaos bolt towards someone nearby. I know. Or flux is their melee version, but that was pretty fun because I was just like, I just loved the way you flavored them in Midwater, and so I wanted to bring them in as my homage to that.
Much appreciated.